Dr. DMC broke out 3 hours early to laundry and restocked the liquor cabinet. Fight me? Well, luckily I'm not here to fight you. At least not on that. Or where the fuck you, damn. Yeah, it was just kind of one of those days. I mean, it's not like I was like fucked, but just, it just like, you know, ends up being one of those days where it starts fine, but then it's just worse. And then it just ends up being like, oh no, here we go. During my lunch, spilled some weed, some loaded a bowl before I went back to work, so that was quiche. It was so busy that I literally could not fucking get a lunch until like 4 hours in, like halfway through the damn day. So I only took one break today. Just that one singular lunch break. Ugh. So. Yeah, just fun.
Something like that, socially, and then, you know, economically a little populist.
I hate days like that. Yeah. It was slow for most part up until like everyone left. So it's me and the closer after 5 o'clock. That's when it starts getting busy. Like, right when fucking everybody leaves. So, yeah, I mean, you know, it's just one of those days to get kind of fucked. And then, you know, that, like, vibration of energy just kind of continues forth, and you just kind of get, you know, the shittiness reverberating everywhere else. Like I'm half expecting. Yeah, in a fucked up way, that's probably going to be the case for you too, man.
You could swing poles wildly in one direction or the other.
I was listening to TJ before I got off, so I'm just going to keep having him in the background for right now. Pelican apricot IPA?
Touching a warm cup of coffee.
Fuck, dude. I gotta try some of that.
So, like, it's like whatever on that. I mean, it's like decent metric, but what does it really say? I'm just telling you my gut feeling about what the American people will actually go out there and fucking vote for is someone who's like kind of maybe semi-center lefty populist on economic issues and just like a total centrist on progressive social issues where it's like, let's just freeze it where we are, you know? Let's not do anything too far in either direction. Let's just kind of keep shit sort of how it is, unless there's just a wild social swing one way or the other, in which case we'll suddenly be the champions of it. You know? And that's kind of, I think, what...
Centrism! Woo! They also have an interesting looking German grapefruit hefe, but it's only 2.5%. Eh. I need a little more than that.
People in general...
I'm going to need more than 2.5%.
Right. And I feel like that's the big song and dance number that's going on lately seems to be entirely like some way for them to distract us from what we actually want. You know,
y'all
like,
think?
It's like
you think, TJ?
Giving them what they want. Anything but actually making this shit even a little bit fairer to people. Anything but actually fucking doing anything that's pro-worker in this country. Because, like, we all understand that both parties are run by
the same interest groups, same honest class, same hedge interests, yeah.
Both of them have a vested interest in making sure that the American worker gets fucked and fucked and fucked harder and harder and harder and makes less and less and less. And that's why you see no movement on that. You'll see a lot of fucking hemming and hawing and this and that about whatever the hot button issue of the day is.
Hopefully that type of shit, honestly, goddamn fucking
That's
changes.
never really addressed.
I'll say that much.
Or if it is, it's very.
Honestly, I have a feeling that, you know, that type of feeling is kind of changing.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
couldn't do
who
it.
knows?
Cinema. Oh, shit, couldn't do it. Mansion.
Couldn't do it. Cinema, couldn't do it. Mansion, couldn't do it. The Republicans couldn't do it because we suck.
Join the fucking name. Join here.
I don't know if we can do it, Joe Biden. Did you see that clip, by the way, where Joe Biden's like, I don't even know if we can do this filibuster thing, you know, fam?
Fucking kind of strange, by the way.
It's like, you know, we can't do it, so, lol, I'm not president anymore. I'm just going to kind of be here as a title. I'm just going to kind of resign, basically, without actually having to resign, so we can kind of keep the status quo going, so it doesn't look like things changed.
Autocracy, I don't know. We're that. Whatever the fuck that word is, we're that thing. In disguise. Real carefully fucking disguise. You know, I don't know. I feel like the military really runs this country. And everything else that happens is just kind of like... Oh,
Military
and
yunkta.
I view that because they get all the money. Like, they just get all the money. The money just all filters to them. It's like business and military interests are totally aligned, 100%, corporate America. It's a military dictatorship. But in disguise. Disguised as a republic, disguised as a democracy. It's like a Russian nested doll of systems. You know?
A Russian
Yeah, I
nesting
feel like
doll.
we're that, basically, though. Maybe it's like a corporate military collusion. Like, those are the people who I feel like really run things. I feel like it's the military, and that's why they get all the money, and it's the corporations, and that's why they get all the money.
Well, it's military corporations, like corporations that are invested in military defense, which also a lot of that is tangentially related to law enforcement, prisons, the pharmaceutical industry, because hey, you want soldiers to be healthy and not die and not be in pain, so pump them full of drugs.
So
there you go.
You gotta use your vacation time. You know, you're no
Shut up, cat.
Time for that. That's now vacation time. So you get to spend your vacation with Omicron. It's charged to your vacation account, basically. Which, what does that incentivize? That incentivizes people to suck it up and go to work even when they're fucking sick. Incentivizes that shit to spread around. Just means, you know, more fucking deaths of the elderly and the fucking people with comorbidities. People who are fucking too stupid to get vaccinated or boosted. And it's just like, yeah. And you know, it's just totally fucking, there's no one stopping them. That's just how it is. It's fine. Everyone's just like, yeah, okay, passively accept it.
Yeah, okay.
Criticize it, oh, you're against freedom, you're against democracy, you're against America.
You're a fascist if you cry against that.
Seems really stupid to me. Who's winning the Super Bowl? Who's even in it? Have we even done the playoffs yet? I don't know what's going on with football.
Who cares?
Yeah, the
Whoa.
does not get time off for COVID. It's charged them as vacation time, so, you know.
It's kind of more stupidest things about like this whole like
So yeah, it's pretty fucking
workers
stupid.
having to work on a COVID situation. It's like, hey, you know, maybe they can fucking
To be fair, the farmers, like,
maybe you should just give them just some basic sick pay or maybe like hazard pay.
supply chain.
I mean, fuck, if you're gonna make workers work, you know, with COVID and shit, you straight up literally have
I
to
don't know,
fucking,
if most Americans are
like,
not
basically
American,
at some, you know, something, you know, fucking increase the pay of these people.
most Americans are eating
Be like, alright, you have to come in, you know, to work because you got COVID because we have literally no one else. Well, you're gonna be paid like 3 times the rate or something.
I don't know.
Make it worth my fucking while to, like, break my back while being sick of COVID.
Fucking Carolina Panthers.
My bracket was killed the first night, Lamau.
Whoever's good. The winners will win.
I literally only, like, the closest I ever care about the Super Bowl or football by any means is literally, are like the Seahawks in the Super Bowl? Yes, no. No, don't care. Yes, okay, I might watch that. Asterisk, might.
More important than fucking
What about Nestle workers?
credit for fucking being the real source of food production that it is.
They even make the playoffs. So I don't care. Not gonna care. There you go. I mean, you know, like the second team I might care is Dallas, but even then, I still don't care.
Let's see. I don't know who's in the playoffs. Is that decided yet? Where are we at? NFL. I don't know. What's going on? I'm gonna figure out football real quick. Here's the NFL website. Maybe that'll be useful. So are we still in the regular season now, or what? What's going on?
They the clown
Someone help
team.
me out here.
Well, that's kind of why, dude. Like, I mean, the Dallas Cowboys are kind of like America's meme team, dude. Like, you got the cheerleaders. They're kind of silly in a lot of ways. I know for a little bit they had that one guy that was kind of badass, but I don't know who he was. He just had like this. He just had like this thing that he would do every time he'd lay a touchdown or some shit. But I don't, you know, it's not my, like, interest.
Bengals, Raiders, Patriots, Steelers. Okay. Eagles, 49ers, Cardinals, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I said...
Well, I guess also Patriots is America's second meme team because they got fucking, what's-his-face, who cheats all the time. That's how I know him as. What's-his-face? He cheats all the time there. In that one team. What's that team? Fuck if I know.
Why are they fucking still on the website then? Why are they still on the goddamn website? That's what I want to know. Alright, well then the fucking, the Bills are gonna win then. Bills! It's all the Bills. There you go. Bills gonna win.
The Bills?
Well, if I predicted that the Patriots are gonna win before they lost...
What team is called the Bills, dude? The Bills. The Bills.
Standings, not the playoff picture. Dude,
like, you got the Browns, the Cleveland Browns, and then you got the Bills, dude. The Buffalo Bills. The Buffalo Bills.
It's the year of the Bills.
Go up to them hills, you'll find the Buffalo Bills out there, I see. They're a pick for the Super Bowl. Well, that's what TJ's saying right here. He's saying that they're gonna probably win.
Eat them fucking words when the Bills
really good this year.
Super Bowl fucking champion, bro.
Kind of curious. Like, I'm honestly wondering, like, what's the website where you can place bets on like NFL teams or some shit, you know, to see who wins? Because I know there's websites like that where it's like, hey, you know, you can make predictions and place bets on them, and if you get your prediction right, you know, within a certain margin, you win. It's like, hey.
Oh my god.
I think because there's a website that does that where they have, like, you can place bets on all sorts of random shit. For Oregon, I don't know. Not for Oregon, but I think for just in general. I think there's, like, a website where you can place bets on, like, you know, on when certain celebrities may die, on when, like, you know, what team wins, you know, the National Leagues or whatever the fuck, like, Super Bowl. Like, I mean, like, I've heard of a website, I forgot what it's called, I'm trying to remember it, but I want to find it just so I can, you know, to be like, hey, will the Bills win the Super Bowl? Place your bets, everybody. Because I'd fucking do it, just for the hell of it.
You don't think the Bills are gonna win? You're just a piece of shit. You just don't believe.
You don't believe in the Bills that lie on Capitol Hill.
Believe in miracles.
We're just Bills, the Buffalo Bills, and we're all born and raised on Capitol Hill.
I think I'm gonna head out. Kind of peckish.
Goddamn Buffalo Bills, dude. Seriously, like, what type of name is the Bills? Like what the fuck? And fuck you, TJ, for leaving. How dare you? I was having a good time listening to you. Hey, little boy. How you doing? How you doing, buddy? You just a sweet little thing. Yes, you is. Yes, you is. Oh, my goodness. My goodness, you sweet ass little thing. You need to stop being so damn cute there, bro. Here, put that little background music in, y'all. Look at you, bud. Look at you. It's probably multiple websites. Oh, for like those little bet sites? Probably. I mean, you know, thinking about it, probably actually is. Hey, bud. Can I help you? There, I'll give you a little dentist stick, because you probably need some fresh breath. There you go. Come on. Oh, you're fucking ridiculous. Oh, Rip, what was with fucking, like, Logan's weird ass, like, Drogon defense, dude? Like, from earlier. Like, by the time I, like, tuned back into whatever he sent, I was already, like, halfway through work and fucking, like, a bunch of shit, you know, went by, and I was like, okay, there's no way I'm gonna be able to, like, bring this back in a full fucking circle. I mean, if anything, he totally, like, lost the plot, if anything. I think he likes Rogan because Rogan likes Jordan Peterson. Yeah, probably. Like, I don't ever, like, honestly, I'm just gonna be honest, like, I skimmed through a lot of his shit just because, like, bruh, what? Because, like, halfway through, he just kind of started losing the plot because, like, I don't think you know, like him that much just because he, you know, does, like, trans. And I'm like, what? You mean trans people? So, it was just like, what? I don't like Joe Rogan because he doesn't like trans people, not because I'm overtly talking about how he's an actual, like, spreading harmful disinformation and shit. Like, him, you know, speaking out against trans people because he's a transphobic moron is not that. It's not being disinformational, nor is it fucking, it's also nor fucking, like, deadly, at least nowhere near the same metrics as fucking, you know, COVID disinformation. I suppose it's deadly for people who are trans, you know, when it comes to hate crimes, but, I mean, those would have been happening with or without Joe Rogan saying that shit. You know, just because there are people that are going to be like this anyway.
Is that teriyaki or is that sweet and sour?
Teriyaki. It's all stupid dumb that Kyle likes Jordan Peterson. Like, how the fuck did that even happen? I don't even know, dude. I think it's just because he gets off on this idea, I mean, him being Jordan Peterson, on this idea that he's, like, some self-help guru or some shit. But it's just, like, and there's been different things I've listened to that guy when it's strictly that shit, mainly. And it's just word salad shit that literally can be derived into simple shit like, oh, I mean, there's the meme of just clean your room, but that's literally one of them. And there's one of like, oh, if your job isn't necessarily good and, you know, you're not finding, you know, blah, blah, blah and shit, then go find another job. You know, or basically, you know, some pull yourself by bootstraps mentality, hyper-individualism, like, you know, hence survival is the biologist type of shit. And it's just like, I mean, you think everybody can do that? I mean, it's like, you know, quote, working hard, pulling yourself by the bootstraps and all this other shit does not fucking do anything for most people. If anything, it shows that they could be easily exploited by their fucking bosses, if anything. He's constantly wrong with every other issue. I mean, that's also it, too. If he's incessantly wrong with pretty much everything, then how is this, like, self-help stuff gonna be even better? And also, I like how Logan was mentioning, it's like, you know, it's the Malone guy that actually is really, you know, the problem here. Like, they're talking about the doctor that Joe Rogan had on, as if that's, you know, where this problem started. But it's like Joe Rogan's been literally having fucking crazy quack conspiracy theorists on when it comes to COVID pretty much since the beginning. He had one guy on, like, at the very start of it, like, back in February of 2020, who is who was actually some credible scientist and shit talking about this thing. But literally, ever since then, it's basically been this fucking conspiracy theorist when it's come to COVID. Having weird quack doctors or quack, you know, theorists and shit on. See, doctor? Yeah, a quote doctor. He sells, like, vitamin supplements, I think, and shit. Hold on, let me, look it up here, bro. His full name is, well, there's, for some reason, Post Malone is, popping up. Robert Malone, who's a virologist, quote-unquote, but he's also has, in the past, been, you know, and on Rogan's show, talking about how the vaccines are not viable or don't work and all this other shit, so... And he himself believes in a bunch of fucking COVID disinformation. And he advocates people who are, quote, healthy to not get COVID and shit. Or not get the COVID vaccine. Like, he pretty much, like, lost the plot, like, immediately. Like, he thought having one dude on there was the problem, when it's not. It's the fact that Joe Rogan respects and looks up to people like that, because he's had other people like that in the past. I mean, it's... And, he also considers himself as, like, some sort of COVID expert because of it now. And plus, Joe Rogan literally thinks that, you know, like, the fucking CNN straight up spread disinformation about him because of this whole COVID shit. Because he decided to throw the kitchen sink at it because he's a healthy guy who doesn't need to have the vaccine or anything like that, right? But, you know, is able to fucking just suck it up, Buttercup, and just push through with it, but has to get the kitchen sink at it because he's a little bitch. So, he's just a fucking hypocrite, too. Listened to Grifter once, and I'm a COVID expert. It's just like, what the fuck? Really, just really dumb. I mean, I also noticed that he was saying, it's like, yeah, I mean, he says some dumb stuff about COVID and stuff before, but that doesn't make him wrong or bad or nothing. It's like, what? I mean, no one's necessarily saying that, but it's the fact that he makes this a recurrent thing to where he basically makes this entire show about that. Besides, I think I'd rather take the advice of nearly 300 health advisors and health officials who look at the merit of science and shit, versus some weird quack that they decided to put on their show a few times, or a bunch of quacks. See what's on the tube here. Starbucks union organizers credit Bernie for a lot of the efforts they did. Seen one of these little video titles about it. That's pretty good. I don't necessarily see Bernie making a third time's the charm run, but I mean, when it comes to him being influential and having his touch, you know, put on the American zeitgeist, I mean, he's definitely done that. I might have my disappointments about him in different ways, but nonetheless, like, I mean, you can't take that away from him. At least he walks the walk as much as talking it. Bernie's too old. He should be working to find a progressive to take the reins primary behind 24. Yeah. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, I don't see him doing a third time's the charm thing, but I'm just saying, like, considering his influence and abilities and shit, he has a very strong strong means and a very, I think, like, actual positive ability to get, you know, someone like this through. You know, who could be like him, or even maybe even more radical than him. Or at least optically. Because honestly, deep down, I'm pretty sure Bernie is probably like a more post-capitalist than he lets on to be. But just considering the paradigm and the, you know, optics on public sphere things and all this shit, you know, he can't really be too hard on the ball about that, you know, so. But that's, you know, again, like more of his core philosophy and his real beliefs. I mean, what he actually enacts as policy ain't gonna necessarily be exactly that. But that really ain't the point. Or get together House Progressives to try to find a single candidate to unite the left. Yeah. And, I mean, honestly, like, considering that I know there could be potential fractures within the Republican Party, considering that there's going to be probably a lot of them that might shift towards the Dems, and a lot of them are going to just get more radicalized themselves. I mean, that could be honestly a ripe opportunity to potentially, you know, swing into some third-party expansions, because I know the Republicans are, like, not doing any of these 2024 debates at all, because apparently the fucking independent, nonpartisan party affiliates that work within the, you know, like, debate shit, like, apparently they're, quote, too harsh to the Republicans when it comes to their, like, policies of what they, you know, enforce when it comes to, you know, the behind the scenes of getting the shit done. So they're like, fuck you, we're gonna do our own. Or just not do them at all. So that basically means, like, the libertarians could potentially take their spot and be like, okay, we'll just do it then. Free slot for us, I guess. Maybe Greens and libertarians, you know, kind of have a joint united, like, hey, you know, fill up the slot, because no one else will. I mean, that honestly might be legit, you know, positive in a couple ways. At least, yeah, I think the first two is, you know, it gets both their party messages out there a little further, and plus, you know, the second part, it, you know, garners them more support. Versus Greens, yeah. Because then I can actually break away from this duopoly, at least to some extent. Now, we probably won't see it in that cycle, you know, necessarily. But we're going to see the shifts from that. And I think, you know, within the next couple cycles after this, you know, after that fact, I think, you know, we'll really start to see the breakaway of the duopoly. I mean, we're kind of seeing it now. Like, a lot of people are already yearning, me too, you know, are yearning for, like, third-party or multi-party options. Like, honestly, you know, I think, you know, especially when it comes to a lot of, like, left/like, labor-based type of action, I think, like, reigniting a farmer labor party is, you know, a way to coalesce something like that. With a coalition with other leftist-style parties as well. So, I mean, I think there's, you know, possibilities for opportunities, essentially, with something like this. Because a lot of lefties and progressives crow about, like, oh, no, we have to, you know, work within our lanes and work within our margins, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, it's like, all this shit is, too. It's not working within the two-party system, but fuck them. They were never working with us in the first place, so why should we be working with them? We should be doing whatever we can to break away from that. Which, you know, is why I, you know, like, am okay with, you know, seeing this shit break away. Whether it starts with the Republicans or the Democrats, I don't give a fuck. One of those, you know, the way to get the duopoly to break is if one of them breaks. And the Republicans do it first because, like, one half of them are so fucking extreme that, you know, like, the other half of them, like, are like, okay, well, you're too radical, we're going to the dams because at least you're a little bit more moderate. That's gonna, you know, just start the chain. Because obviously the progressive/lefty sides of the Dems are not going to be too happy with all these, you know, seeing new home to Republicans suddenly coming in and being blue dogs. That ain't going to be taken too happily or too kindly. So, eventually there's going to be such a rift that there might be a potential that, you know, the progressive/lefty side might fracture and break away from that. Thus causing, like, at least a 3 to potential 4-party system at that point. And it breaks the duopoly away. Now those two main parties are going to be pretty big and powerful for a while still, but their power and their grip just got a lot fucking weaker. And that's good. I don't care how it starts, honestly, with that. But either way, the opportunity is right in the making as soon as it happens. Oh yeah, I saw that fucking billionaire guy wearing a Rage Against the Machine shirt while kissing corporate asses stock exchange. Yeah, I know, I saw what you were seeing. And he also wants to bring back fucking horse racing. Yeah, I saw it on the Portland subreddit earlier today. I was just like, I figured I was gonna share it, but I had a feeling you probably already saw it. But it's just like, it's like, wow. I didn't read too much on it, but I'm assuming that he's probably, owner of a casino, because, you know, he's someone who wants to revive horse racing, but other tribal leaders are saying no. So Native American, who has basically exploited his tribe and the casino against his tribe and reservation and shit to enrich his fucking pockets so he can be a billionaire cocksucking motherfucker and revive horse racing, you know, so he can try to make that as an excuse to revive, you know, like his communities and shit like that, when it, if anything, it's actually a fucked up industry that actually has a lot of horrible things in it. Like, there's some really dark secrets about horse racing and shit that is pretty fucked up, especially for the horses. Because honestly, like, when it comes to horse racing, especially with the horses being raced, like, you'd think, like, oh, if an animal breaks their leg, it's something that is not necessarily, you know, the end of the world. Like, they, you know, as long as they get, you know, a cast, like, you know, like a human would, get a cast and shit, you know, and have to, you know, at least kind of have, like, some way to assist their walking in the meantime and shit. And horse racing, they just put, they'll kill that horse right on that fucking track. They do that shit. Like, oh, the horse's ankle broke because it stepped on it wrong. Well, get the shotgun. And they'll have, like, a cover so the crowd doesn't see it, but they'll fucking just do it right on the track, right then and there. They'll just put the horse right down. It's like, what? And then, you know, after that, you know, of course, you know, so they can make money off of it anyway, even though it's dead, they'll, you know, sell it off for horse, you know, to sell it off to gluers and, you know, horse meat, you know, to process into other factories and shit. Sell this meat and all this other shit. It's pretty fucked up, and that's just like just a little bit of it. There's a lot more that gets into it than that. So it's just like, yeah, I like horses. I don't necessarily mind if people race with them, but the actual industry itself, fuck that. You can have fun racing horses without having some exploitative, fucked up industry backing it. Like, if you want to take you and the boys out into stables and run around your little ranch and some shit, whatever. Like, have at it, Hoss. That's where you can go do your little horse racing. How about that? I mean, also another element about how messed up the industry is that, I mean, it's also a lot of the workers that work with these animals too, because they usually also get pretty fucked over by this industry as well. Because usually the guys who are making the profit are the ones who actually own the horses, and the ones that ride them, and that's about it. Outside of that, like everyone else, you know, basically kind of gets treated around as like little mules and shit, you know, to make sure things run and function. You're the cogs to make sure this horse gets on that track, so get it done right. Make sure that, you know, saddle's all situated nice, proper, and all that shit. Which is important, but like, I mean, again, it's just like another element about the industry itself, where, you know, where there's just like this more darker underbelly of it. I mean, I suppose with that, it's not as dark in comparison to the other aspects of the industry, but it's like, fuck, dude. And then you got this fucking fresh billionaire from Oregon just being a cocksucker, just like, yeah, let's bring it back. Oh, so it's the co-founder of Dutch Bros? And he's threatening to lay off 200 employees if his, you know, stupid little plans aren't approved in Salem. This guy's a grade A cocksucker, dude. What the fuck? Fuck this guy. Well, fuck Dutch Bros is exceptionally more now. Is he a union buster? He's a union buster, ain't he? He does not have the right to wear that Rage Against the Machine shirt. I'd say burn it, but it should just be ripped off of him and then just given to somebody who actually earns the merit to wear that shirt. He's probably an NFT bro, too. Alright, the more I think about this guy, the more I'm really hating him now. Rage Against the Machine? Aren't they that crypto band? Oh my god. I swear, some motherfucker was actually doing that shit. Man, I hate NFTs. I mean, what's even the point? Like, oh, it's like, actually, when I was listening to a TJ stream from earlier, he was actually talking about some NFTs, and he's actually getting into it from the memes because he finds the anti-NFT people kind of annoying, even though he agrees with them. So he did like a couple NFTs just for the lulz, basically. And the NFTs are basically just saying fuck NFTs also as well. So it's kind of like a weird ass like meta thing. I don't know. But it's TJ, he's weird. But I guess from like what I understand, like it's not necessarily the fact that like, you know, the image can be or whatever the fuck, you know, like the NFT itself can also be technically, like if you right click it and save the image as, right? Like, you know, while that technically is the case, like when it comes to the actual like the blockchain fucking like code of the original piece itself, like it's recognized as you being the recipient owner. So it's like you have the receipt of it, essentially. So basically, it's like the receipt of the damn thing is what you own. Not really it itself. It's like, what? It's like, these things are so fucking worthless. It's like, oh, so I get a receipt of, like, some art, basically. It's like, okay, so it's like I go to the art store and I pay for the receipt, but not the art. It's like, fuck you. It's like, what is this shit? But I guess it's a thing, like, this website where you can upload and create NFTs and sell them and shit, so, I mean, you know what? I think I found a way to maybe make some silly-ass fucking money, honestly. Like, if I made, like, 5 or 10 NFTs and just put them out there for, like, the fuck you lols for it, and just see what happened, I mean, I bet I actually probably would make some fucking cash out of it, strangely enough, because people are just weird. I mean, it's like, I don't know, man. Like, I mean, there's I don't get it, but whatever. I mean, I can at least, like, get cryptocurrencies to a certain degree. What the fuck? Wait, what did he do this time? This is the group chat? I'm going to the group chat. I'm assuming it's group chat. What's going on? What happened? Oh shit, what the fuck happened here? Oh my god, why is yeah, dude, he's going into details about random shit about his dog's issue, about Vito, because, I mean, poor Vito's, you know, having some stomach problems, but it's like, bruh. It's become a sad meme. I mean, not even Zukov is this bad. Like, he'll eat random shit, and he shits everywhere, but he does that outside. Like, I don't even think he's shat in the house in forever. Like, honestly, I can't even think of the last time he's done it, honestly. Like, honestly, the last fucking, like, mistake or mess he's made was anxiety pissing when I was gone for, like, 20 minutes, when I, you know, thought I could trust him, you know, being on his own out of the kennel. I was like, alright, I'm gonna go to the burrito place, grab me a burrito, and I'm gonna come back, and I figured Zukov would be fine, because it's not gonna be that long anyway. So, and I come back, and he's, for the most part, things are fine, but then I see this fat puddle of where he like, right in front of the garage door, just like, oh my god, dude. So, it was like, you know, some stress piss, I guess, but, you know, that was, like, really, honestly, the only bad thing. So, I mean, I think it's just because he's still kind of puppy-like still. I mean, I think once he gets to be more of an adult, he'll kind of get over that. Zukov's better behaved than Logan's dogs. I mean, he really is. For epic dab. Here, hold on. I'm gonna tell him to pop on stream, honestly. He's like, alright, time for a dab, and I'm like, hey, pop on, because I know where your dab rig is in conjunction of where your TV and your internet is there, boy. I know where that is. Get on here, buddy. Get that succulent little bubble. Some love and attentions. A dab. And what's up? Jesus, he sent a fucking essay again. Oh my god, dude, why does he send these essays? Alright, I'm just... If he wants to send in essays, he needs to just, like, yeah, he can pop on here. I suppose, I mean, you know, there's a limit, on, you know, in comparison to Twitch's chats. Need time to fix Logan's car next week, yeah. I'm thinking, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure on cash, but, like, I mean, I'd still be down with at least, you know, kicking it either, like, Tuesday or Wednesday, whichever works best for everybody, but... I mean, I probably, like, if we're going to a bar and shit, I probably wouldn't be, you know, drinking myself unless someone, you know, did a drink on them, you know, as a bruh, but work Wednesday. That's why I say whichever works for, you know, everybody. Which sounds like Tuesday. Sounds like Tuesday. You know what I haven't seen in a fat minute? Hold up. Oh, because I actually need to tell Mornax a story, dude. So I actually want to hit him up, because this morning, before I went to work, dude, straight up, okay, I had a squirrel, I'm not even fucking kidding, I had a squirrel almost grab a nut out of my damn hand, dude. I was this close. So close, dude. Like, this squirrel just straight up was like, just casually walking back and forth a little bit. And then, like, kind of like turn his head a little, sniff, and then just kind of sit there. And then he'll just kind of casually walk back and forth again, just doing the same routine. And it's like, you little fucker. It's like, I had my little nut, and I had it out like this, just like, come on, buddy. And he almost went up to him, I'm like, come on, grab it, grab it, grab it, grab it, grab it, and he just never did. And I'm like, you fucker. Saw this epic to a stream today. Rock searching on graphic card. Dude had to take a drill and rewire a bunch of shit and somehow got a boot. Damn. That guy sounds like he be just a fine expert on his artistic craft. He's an expert on graphics cards, only a partial expert on microsoldering. Well, still, nonetheless, an artisan, talented. Hot air station, metal soldering iron. Well, it sounds like he was able to, get. It sounds like he's gotten a little better at the craft, nonetheless. I don't think that's actual Logan. I think I'm just gonna do a little ban on that one. What the fuck? Immediately fucked up multiple times with soldering iron, but still got a functional impressive as fuck. Well, yeah. Oh, that is most certainly impressive as fuck. Might be Logan. No, that definitely wasn't. It had a video. Well, like, I recognize that as a random little bot, just based on the VAWR.tech thing. It's one of these many different bots that pop in on here. Unfortunately. You're just a sweet boy. Just a handsome boy, Zukov. You good boy? Yeah. Yeah, you're a handsome boy. What? Cringe Melty-esque Minecraft video. Yeah, I figured as such. Well, maybe not like that, but I figured it was gonna be something kind of lame. Melty-esque Minecraft video. What made it like Melty-esque? That's kind of the thing I'm a little curious with right there. Weird background voices. Weird background voices? Oh my lord. So like a Minecraft video that's like partially haunting with like Melty-esque like demon voices. Weird, but based? Strange, but based? Weird flex? I don't know. See what else is going on YouTube. So wait, what the hell? Why do conservative men love anime girls? What the fuck?
Anime girls are.
Right, because of their virtuous and feminine personality traits.
No, they're not. If you're gonna use this as an example,
Oh god.
you like this anime character because she appears weak. She appears demure.
Oh boy.
She appears at the mercy of the man that was currently talking to her in that way. Because
This looks delicious.
she looks more likely to submit to your will. That is what you like about it, and that is a massive, massive example of the fetishization and sexualization of femininity that is completely negative. So this YouTube channel was brought to my attention by...
I need to watch Connor more often, because low-key though, he, she, they, like, they literally don't care. It's any all, basically. Like, from my understanding at least. But, like, I don't know what the fuck, but, like, the cute game is, like, always, like, on par. Like, 100.
Where?
Like, every time. Like, what the fuck?
Desperately looking for content. So, we were given Why People Like Anime Girls by PaxTube. You know,
PaxTube?
this doesn't seem like a very political video. I've never seen it, so I don't actually know if it is. However, if we dig a little deeper into the PaxTube, we've got the dark side of VTubers, and you can go any way with that. There's some ways you can go about that that isn't weird, right? But then we dig a little further, we see Attack on Titan's racial themes explored. Now, like I
Racial themes explored? What?
say, who knows which direction we go? Some people were saying that Attack on Titan was fascist propaganda. Other people were
Huh?
saying it was no, actually anti-fascist propaganda. But then we keep going. So we've got abortion rebuttal, debunking
Abortion rebuttal? How do you... okay.
pro-choice propaganda from ASAP Science. We've got the 2020 American race riots explained, and it
Oh boy. Okay, well, I can see where this is going. The 2020 American race riots, dude. The 2020 American race riots, my guy. My dude. My dude. That is like... race riots? Okay. Okay.
race riots, you kind of gave the game away. Like, we already know what side of the fence you're falling on here. We've also got how pornography destroys your mind, which is interesting as well. So I thought, given all...
Pornography destroys the mind? Oh my god, I love this. Like, I mean, there was some weird-ass, like, anti-fap professor guy that, was on Modern Day Debates with fucking, with Vosh. And that dude literally looked like a god... oh shit, ambush sneeze. Dude literally looked like a fucking crypt keeper. Like, he literally looked like a mummy that guards mummies. Like, he initially was like a crypt guard, you know, of some sort, but then, you know, he like mummified himself in order to, like, you know, preserve his life essence, in order to, like, continue to guard the mummies and their, you know, darkened spirits, you know, to ensure that they don't get released and cursed into the fucking, like, Earth realm or something. Like, the Jones dude, he literally looks like a fucking creepy weirdo, dude, straight up. And it's just like, what? Like, I mean, yeah, pornography destroys the mind, but yet the same people that, like, will freak out about that shit, like anti-porn Dr. Jones, like, or whatever the fuck, being like, oh god, oh. Like, let me see if I can try to find that specifically. Oh god. I actually was watching it before that, I think. Here, it's somewhere in here. Where is he in this? Oh, he's in that tiny corner. Oh no. Come back. Well, he's very small. Can I try to zoom in? Kind of. Well, he's in that tiny corner next to the guy behind his green screen. He's very small, but he's up there nonetheless. Alright, where was that thing I was looking at initially? Where the fuck oh my god, I'm doing this. That's not it. That was not it. Oh my fucking Christ alive. Okie dokie, there we go. Back to the fun memes. Alright, here, before we continue on such adventures. There we go. Beside her barking. Oh, it's Jassy Bean. A little shitty with the barks. Zukov hardly ever does that. You can kind of hear him eating right now.
After being given this video, we would watch the most important one that I can see, why people like anime girls, because I'm intensely curious. You know, I happen to find some anime aesthetic interesting. I like how it looks. You've got JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which is the art style, which is pretty cool. That's people seem to appreciate.
Vito's a difficult dog. Give him lots of freedom and they end up making mistakes as a result. Well, they're still gonna be dogs. Like, I'll test the boundaries of Zukov and he pushes his limits too. I mean, not as much as what they do apparently, but you know, he's done it before too.
There's some masculine men. There's some feminine masculine men. It's a good take.
Masculine and feminine men.
100, which has a super cool and unique aesthetic. Mob isn't an anime girl, you know, but I bring it up to say that anime has a variety of different art styles, but there's a lot of variety out there, and I, as an artist, really appreciate the art. Let's get into the video, Why People Like Anime Girls, by this assuming right-winger. I'm sure we'll have exceptionally good takes here.
This is an anime girl.
Are you sure about that? How do we know it's not a boy? Already bad vibes. I'd say
bad vibe. Yep, bad optics. Hold on.
If we really wanted to be
Let's look at this. Let's look at this anime person.
They're a Nazi, but I mean, we're treading close given the videos that they've made. Anyway.
Average observer.
All right, let's look at. Yeah, how do you know? How do you know? That could be an androgynous anime boy right there. Already bad. Already bad. Already bad start. Already bad start. Pax Tube right here. That's a bad vid. Damn.
It's another animated character. But what if I told you that characters like this have been reaching international popularity?
No way!
Whether you're from Japan or not, the odds are that you yourself have seen someone online using an anime girl as an avatar.
That's crazy.
In this video on PAX2, we're here to
By the way, I don't know what we're about to get into here, but I will say that we do need a complete and total shutdown on anime avatars on social media until we can figure out what's going on, because there's a lot of sus shit going on out there.
Absolutely true. Like, we need to 100% lock down every single anime profile pic avatar on the internet, Twitter, YouTube, Discord, especially Discord, all of them. Like, I mean, everywhere. Like, every single anime profile pic must be locked down, seized, and just like absolutely just, you know, just pump it out with, just, fuck them in the NFTs, you know what I mean? You gotta, just gotta fuck these animes right in the NFTs, okay? That's what we gotta do.
Hidden behind the veil of an anime avatar, and frankly, I've had enough. So
I have had a fuck enough.
Why these characters are so well liked. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about anime. Specifically, the anime and manga industry produced by Japan. This art industry has become very popular around the world, especially on the internet. Unlike Western animation, which typically gears itself toward children, the anime industry targets a wide variety.
I mean, not necessarily. Like, you also have, like, cartoons like Rick and Morty, South Park, Family Guy, all sorts of other, like, Mr. Pickle even. Like, there's all sorts of cartoons in Western media that are definitely not suited for kids. Though there are definitely, I think, a lot of Western cartoons that are, that are kid-related, or kid-oriented, that are more strictly kid-oriented. I mean, but even then, not necessarily the case, because there's adult jokes in cartoons like SpongeBob. Straight up. Especially in, like, the first 3 seasons.
Find fans who are adults and teenagers alike.
Which is based, by the way, because Western animation is essentially kind of a lost opportunity a lot of the time, in that there's a lot of different things you can do in animation. It's quite literally the medium of moving pictures that you can be the most creative in. There are literally no limits to what you can do so long as you can deliver what you're trying to do through a drawing. If you have live action films, you can use CG, you can use, practical effects, you can use post-production effects, green screens, all this kind of thing. A lot of the time, unless you have a massive budget, you're not going to be able to produce stuff that isn't like kind of uncanny or easily seen as being not actually part of the world. There's a lot of really weird CG that just doesn't really hit the mark in the way that you would want it to in a lot of live action, but animation doesn't have that kind of limitation, because as long as you...
Oh, absolutely. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of ways where CGI actually gets in the way of certain creativity, especially when it comes to film and art. I mean, I actually think it's the other direction where I think CGI gets in the way of practical effects. I mean, and also, there's times where the whole implementation of animation and, like live action being implemented together, the only time I can really think of a flawless film that's honestly probably one of the best films out there is Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I mean, and I can't really think of a film that's truly has done justice on something like that since, especially given the tech at the time. I mean, so it's like, and, knowing these days, something like that should be even more easily executable, but just never is. Even though I think, for at least, depending on the film, I actually make it, very interesting, like, form and medium to explore.
The world is your oyster. You've got no limits at all. And
yes, the world is your goddamn oyster, son.
You got Family Guy, American Dad, Big Mouth, Bob's Burgers.
Okay, Big Mouth, bad example. That show's just, one, creepy, and two, just, eh.
Adult-themed cartoons and Western animations, The Simpsons, out there, but there's a lot of cookie-cutter stuff. I think the reason for that is because a lot of Western animation simply is just profit-driven money grab kind of operation, but for Japan, it seems like there's just a broader culture of respecting drawing, painting, animation as a skill to be respected and heralded. There's more of a culture of people putting more of their time and labor into developing a higher fidelity art style with more opportunity to deliver incredibly moving, interesting, engaging visual experiences that just doesn't exist in the West. Now, I hope that the West gets there, and there is a good amount of Western animation that does try to meet the mark, but we just started too late. It seems like we haven't caught up to respecting the medium like Japan has, or other places that produce similar levels of quality in their animation do. And that's a shame, but that's just how it is.
In recent years, Western companies have even attempted live-action adaptations of anime, with not much success.
Yeah, imagine my shock, and the reason why...
I actually can easily see why, because honestly, live-action adaptations fucking suck. They just straight do. Like, I mean, honestly, really, regardless of what the fuck... Like, there's Western animated films that have been done in live-action, and they suck. I mean, the Aladdin was live action, and that was done poorly. Like, I don't even know why Will Smith was even, like, implemented the way it was. Like, oh god. I mean, Tarzan was another one. Beauty and the Beast was another. Like, I mean, Disney's done a lot of these fucking things. And they're, honestly, for the most part, pretty bad. Yeah, I'll skip a little more.
We see here usually fall. Now, this is true. There is also a substantial...
Oh, whoa. Oh, skipped a little further.
With varying, respectfully so.
But the rise of popularity of anime in the West is worthy of investigation, and it leads us to some telling conclusions.
Some telling conclusions. Let's see.
A key factor that stands out in anime's success is its female characters, who garner fan bases in and of themselves.
Now, this is true. There is also... substantial fan base of women,
weeaboos,
men, gay men specific, if we're about to talk about the sexualization of these characters, but obviously not to the same degree. Femininity, in a general sense, is fetishized, and there's a lot of negative aspects that come along with that. Women have been fighting this fight, feminists have been fighting this fight since the dawn of time, since they're the primary demographic to exhibit femininity. Now that men, non-binary people, are more accepted in society, not fully, and there's still a lot of negatives that come with that, for being more feminine, we're still subject to that fetishization. So really, if we want to solve a lot of these issues, we work to defetishize femininity in a general sense because it helps literally everybody. Anybody can be feminine. It is not relegated to women. So if we help the defetishization of femininity, we help everybody. But I don't know if this person really wants to do that. We'll see.
The term waifu
Probably not. I mean, to me, it goes, further as to, when it comes to the whole general concept of, like, the idea of, like, sexual liberation and shit. It definitely plays a major role to that as well, because, I mean, even for myself, I could definitely, see elements of my, femininity too, but it's also just easier to just perceive as just myself, as masculine, I guess, just because whatever. I mean, because honestly, for me, I don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, what, in the whole gender thing, I just don't give a shit. Like, I mean, like, if I did, basically, I guess, would be non-binary, but I just don't care. He, him, any, all, she, her, I just don't give a fuck. It's not on my fields of concern at all.
of the word wife is used commonly in anime circles to refer to one's favorite female character.
This is odd. I will only ever use the term waifu ironically. I don't know that it's necessarily, like, super bad to, like, have such a connection to a fictional character that you, like, refer to them in this way, have, like, figurines and, the body pillows and whatnot. But there are certainly ways that can manifest that can be damaging.
I mean, it's not kind of the reason why, trans people or non-binary people do exist, because they don't compare or see themselves despite, their biological or physical sex, being one way, because they don't necessarily see themselves or compare themselves, with their identity to that. I mean, that's kind of the whole broader point as, to why, these type of concepts and ideas exist, but that's also why, it's becoming more, at least on a societal norm, apparent that, it's more just, gender-wise, more just a construct more than anything, with, their, perception when it comes to also our old the physical biological sex of ourselves. Because, there's a lot of people that don't necessarily vibe or jibe with, with how they necessarily, are sexually, or don't care. Like, I mean, for me, like, I literally couldn't care, like, if I was born a woman, it wouldn't matter to me. Like, I mean, if I had the same, like, kind of, like, thought process and behaviors, and the main difference was I was a woman, like, I'd still hold the same opinion. If I, was, like, intersex or something, born that way, it wouldn't be much, it'd be the same. It's just, like, it's whatever. Like, I mean, hell, if there was, like, free surgeries to be like, hey, you can have all the physical sexes you want, here you go, boom, and I'd be like, alright, fuck it. I had a couple just for the shit, just be like, alright, whatever. See what this is about. Add some experience. Let's get some other shit going on.
To one's mental state, and even have impacts in their lives if you become super obsessive about these kinds of things. But in a general sense, I don't know how bad it is. The fringe cases are the ones you have to worry about.
It's become obvious at this point that anime girls have a special charm that viewers in the West are picking up on.
People like feminine and cute things.
Yeah, shocker. Wow, cute things are generally liked, and, things that are, feminine are kind of liked. It's like, wow, it's like there's specific things that these anime girls are just, like, tapping into with Western men. It's like, yeah, like, a lot of people like that type of art style, and they think it's cute. Like, oh no.
Now, the most common explanation of why anime girls are popular is that they're cute. And that's very true.
True, yeah.
These characters are professionally designed to be feminine and attractive. There are entire animation methods devoted to their styles.
Yeah, I use signs.
Physical traits that are highlighted in anime include flowing hair, large and detailed eyes, and slim or curvaceous bodies.
I will admit, I don't like the large eye thing. Like, that's kind of the thing I don't necessarily like about anime. Like, I don't like it when they're fucking ridiculously huge. I mean, like, there needs to be more balance, I guess, if that makes sense. I don't know how, I guess, just not so fucking big. Just not the eyes where, like, a third of their head is basically just eyes, Like, I mean, a little less, a little less on the eyes, and I think
It
we'll
is
be fine.
certainly the case that anime will select.
And there are animes that do that, where they kind of make the eyes a little more balanced, and they're not like fucking gigantic gargantuan and all that shit, you know, so...
Society in a general sense selects for these aspects. There are a lot of people out there that will see feminine people that don't meet these characteristics and malign them, disparage them, think of them as less than. There's an entire internalized misogyny and internalized fetishization of femininity that feminine people have to deal with because of how much this is propagated in our society. And the work of feminism is to undo this, in part. So if this is a problem for you, then you should probably look into feminism for maybe some constructive ways to help address it.
These features are highlighted because they're widely accepted as beautiful. Some might argue that beauty is subjective,
It is.
but let's
It
face
is.
it, they're ultimately physical traits that people are biologically wired to be attracted to.
Uh-oh, here we go. Yeah, and would you think that there's people that are biologically wired to have different preferences? Here we go. Oh boy, here we go. I could tell this is starting to make... The turns are starting to, you know, take a shift here a little bit, I think. It's like, yeah. I can kind of already see where this guy's starting to go. It's like, yeah, the reason why, you know, most men love this type of, you know, woman is because there's a biological urge and preferences to this type of thing, where they want a weak, cute, hyper-feminine woman that can't fend for herself, basically. It's just like, oh boy, here we go. Wait. Just change the personality. Well, the fact that, I mean, there are people that legit marginalize them, and there are straight up people that get killed over the fact that they get marginalized and have a, you know, a different, you know, gender, basically, despite, you know, their biological appearance, is why, you know, people spend energy on it, and why, especially me, being in the LGBTQ, you know, spend energy on it. Like, I mean, you know, there's been too many cases in this country alone, even, every now and then, sometimes in the Northwest and shit, where there's hate crimes, done to people who are trans and shit, just because people don't like the fact that they are. I mean, that's why people, and especially trans people, and there being a movement on gender and transgenderism is a major thing, because these people are marginalized, and a lot of the access to the healthcare that they need, you know, when it comes to HRT and you know, surgeries for gender replacement aren't necessarily accessible to them, depending on the state. Because some states just full on block any of and all forms of you know, access to that type of shit because of their hyper-conservatism. I mean, it's like, I mean, it is like a part of validated science that, you know, these people are, you know, do exist, and being trans is part of, you know, neurological development that people do go through. I mean, so it's, you know, I mean, so, and honestly, it is a part of their, you know, part of them, in a sense that it is them, and, you know, and honestly, especially when it comes to uplifting, you know, these people, they, you know, that's why, you know, this, you know, having access and having people, you know, defending when people marginalize them and shit, or have a system in place that marginalizes them, you know, especially as of right now, is the best thing to do for them. There's cisgender. I mean, that's most people, but just because most people are doesn't mean that there shouldn't be access or avocation, you know, for people who aren't. Like, just straight up. Like, I mean, it's like the same type of arguments back when homosexuality was still a heavily marginalized group was said the same. It's like, well, most people are straight, so, you know, most people are, you know, just gonna realize that that's who they are, and, you know, so what's the point, you know, who cares? And it's just like, well, it's because that's who they are, and they shouldn't be disparaged just because, you know, they happen to like a different, you know, sex, or the same sex. Same thing for if they happen to, you know, identify as a different gender, or even outside of the spectrum of gender. because before you're... Misconceptions. How do I have misconceptions? Like, I'm the one who's, like, I mean, a part of the LGBT is, like, talk to different people who are trans. And know a little bit about the movement, too. Like, I don't think I have, like much misconceptions going on here with this. Doesn't make any difference what you're saying. What? My philosophy is you do you, boo. Not my problems. If someone's trans isn't, it's their right, has no effect on me. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the whole fundamental, like, you know, broader point is to have, you know, society that, you know, when it comes to people who are trans, at least having, you know, that type of norm in place where it's like, hey, you know, you have a right to, you know, have access, you know, to these, you know, things, you know, when being trans, you know, when it comes to HRT, all this other shit, because it doesn't affect me. It's a harmless thing. Even if you, you know, don't think it, you know, it's like some, like, agreeable thing or whatever, but it's like, oh, I don't really like it. It's just like, I mean, it's still a harmless thing. So it's just like, it has no merit on, you know, you in the fact that, you know, yeah, you're going to be cis or you're going to be whatever you identify as, but you know, nonetheless, at least as it stands out, there's a lot of people and a lot of like state legislators and even full-on states that, you know, just full stop, that are, you know, out when it comes to against and oppressing these type of people, just on the virtue and the merit that they happen to be trans. And also using that as a way to try to bludgeon against people who are non-binary, and also you know, people who are bisexual, lesbian, gay as well. Government's determination. Yeah. I mean, basically what I'm saying is that the government should, at the very least, should, you know, same with any other anti-discrimination laws and shit, like, those should be in place, you know, for them as well. On top of having, you know, healthcare and access and treatment for them available too. But that just goes with the whole everyone gets healthcare, you know, mentality that I have anyway. I'm just nationalizing it full stop. So, and at least also, you know, advocating against the discrimination, you know, that still will, you know, be around culturally amongst, you know, different people and shit. I mean, hell, there's still, like, you know, to some extent, people who are, you know, vehemently anti-gay that, you know, still perpetrate and push that around. Mainly in the South, not really around here anymore. Like up here in the Pacific Northwest, there's not going to be much homophobia and shit like that, you know, floating around. But if you go somewhere down Texas or down south, oh, it's there. I mean, I've seen it. So, like, I haven't even come out as bi, you know, to my family in Texas, nor am I probably ever going to do that. Just because they'd probably freak the fuck out and probably wouldn't even think I'm bi. They'd probably just think I'm gay or something, or I'm in like some phase or something. So. Just not even worth it. Putting trans needs, yeah. And including mental health advocation too, which includes, you know, counselorships as well, and, you know, counselors that specialize in trans needs as well, because, you know, you're going to be, you know, because there's needs that, you know, trans people need when it comes to counseling as well. So. Anyways, yeah. I mean, not necessarily just like hunted, but just like discriminated, or, you know, or just like, I mean, overtly, utterly just like, bleh, or whatever. I mean, it's just like, you know, whatever, you know, you do is whatever, you know, like, if anything, you know, just makes the world more of a rainbow in my mind. Rainbow of just colors, you know, of different shit, of different, you know, creativity and shit. So if anything, you know, like, I want, you know, the world to be more expressive that way. Like, you know, so if people want to, like, fucking, like, like, if we get to a world where we can have, like, you know, different forms of, like, body mods and shit like that, you know, where we can do, like, you know, you know, humanist style fucking, like, you know, fur augments and, like, tail augments and all this other shit, and, you know, whatever the fuck, then yeah, I mean, I'd be down for it. I'd do some of that shit myself. So it's just like, you know, like, if anything, you know, like, as far as I'm concerned, you know, like, let's just let everybody, and, you know, let's just, like, let everybody fucking just express how they wish. What does it dictate? I mean, fundamentally, gender is a social construct. I mean, gender is just how you identify as when it comes to, you know, what you're in a predation to what your sex is, and just how you express yourself when it comes to, you know, different aptitudes when it comes to femininity, masculinity, you know, or being androgynous, you know, elements of sexuality. I mean, it's a part of how you identify as. Sexual identity. Not sexual identity. Sexuality can play a role, but not for all people. I mean, it varies for some, because there's some trans people who are, like, for example, trans women, but they're lesbian. But also there's trans women who are, you know, straight, but also bisexual as well. And then there's, you know, trans men who are gay, and also trans men who are bisexual and straight themselves. So, I mean, you know, it's like, it kind of varies depending on, you know, the person and their preference. Does it really make a big of a difference who you are? I mean, it shouldn't. I mean, that's kind of the thing. I mean, it should. And it kind of ties into this video that, you know, I wanted to, you know, that we're tapping into a little bit about, like, you know, why our, at least, you know, this specific one, why do conservative men love anime girls and shit. Because, honestly, because there's a lot of people that feel like there has to be, or there is, you know, like, some sort of, like, natural order of, like, how gender and sexuality is. And, you know, this, you know, these things, whether it's like transgenderism or, you know, even exploring kinks of sexuality, these different various things are seen as like degenerate or, you know, chaotic, you know, disorder away from the natural order of, you know, these type of things, where it's like, where it's basically just seen as like, you know, forms of degeneracy in their eyes, where it's like, you know, where it's like, oh, where, you know, this mentality, like, you know, women are, you know, more meant to, you know, like, feed and, you know, be the ones that, you know, care for the children and care for the tribe and shit, as we see with, you know, different animals and what we've seen, you know, with other, you know, people in the past. You know, so this is how the natural order ought to be, you know, like, kind of like the weird nuclear family type of mentality of shit. I mean, if, you know, kind of broken it down. But that's just at least kind of one example of it. But, I mean, there's, you know, like, there's also, some of these different variations are like, having like the woman being a housekeeper, or being basically like kind of the broodmare type and shit, where these type of norms or hierarchies are established, where, it's like one, is doing specific like social norms, and the other one's doing other very specific social norms. I mean, one big example of where we see this is places like in the Middle East right now, honestly. Like Saudi Arabia, Iran, for example. I mean, there's very, very strict hierarchies about, what men and women can do and shit. Not necessarily just, class-wise, too, but if women even are in, like, the higher classes, well, they aren't really treated any different. They might get a little bit more, silky, luxurious hijabs and hijabs to wear, but that's about it. Ooh, nice burp. There.
They do not try to obscure this. It should also be noted that these female designs go hand in hand with clothing that accentuates their feminine features, such as ribbons, bows, or other hair accessories.
And the big reason for this, by the way, is because, like I say before, animation, literally the only limit is your imagination and ability.
And also, by the way, that's not even necessarily true what Paxtube is saying. Like, hair accessories are more seen as like a seen as a feminine thing. I mean, it's like, bruh. Like, I think a lot of, like, Celts, Nords, Vikings, like, Slavs, like, I think a lot of those guys from, like, the 8th century and shit, during that, like, around that time frame, I think they like a word of ya, because they had, like, long, voluptuous hair and shit. They would have, like, beads, fucking braids, all sorts of shit that today's standards would probably be seen as feminine. But back then was very masculine. If anything, was seen as like some of those beads and shit, could probably seen as like honors. Like, I've earned these after a glorious battle and all that type of shit. So it's just like, I mean, it's like, the idea of like, like hair clips or even ribbons and shit. Like, if like, some Viking can't necessarily get his braids tied up, he got like, some remnant of cloth or some shit, tied it up there, to keep his beads all back up there and shit, before his berserker rage battle. I mean, bitch, like, I mean, like these ideas, like, and also squaits. I mean, like, the men's version of squaits is basically kilts. I mean, so it's like you got like warriors out there who would straight up be battling up in kilts or man squaits, so it's just like, what? I mean, I mean, we're seeing kind of an example of like, why, of this kind of like norms or hierarchies, of like, what at least this Paxtube dork, thinks of when it comes to this people.
We want to see, right? Because we're animating, we can accentuate the features to have massive eyes, big heads, no nose, small mouths, whatever type body you want. You can literally just make whatever you want. There are people that turn, like, planes into sexy, anthropomorphized beings in art, for instance.
That is true, and some things can't be unseen, sadly. Let's just put it that way.
Whole world of stuff you can do. There's a lot of crazy shit out there. And obviously, if you're in a format, not in like the sexy plain.
Yeah, because, furries, woo! Plain furries, yes. Yes, they're a thing. And there is a minor overlap with furries and these weird people that are into anthropomorphic planes. How's that even work? Basically, so you get a plane, and basically, like, the cockpit is obviously going to be the head, right? And the wings are like the arms, and the tail's like kind of like the legs, basically. Well, the tail's the tail, but there's like legs attached, so it's like, I mean, honestly, it varies too, because sometimes the wings are just the wings, and so it's like, it's basically like a dragon, but it's a plane instead. So, yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, I mean, the world is your oyster, and some people make their oysters very odd, savory dishes. Sometimes they're very tangy, sometimes they're very sour, sometimes there's just some really bitter dishes out there. Some of them are pretty savory, but I mean, this Anthro Plain thing, that's like some bitter stuff. Shark furries. Okay, hey, shark furries, hey, like, female shark furries are, like, okay, look, I got some myself, look, okay, they're fuck off, hey, yeah, you don't talk shit about them, alright? They're different, they're a different cut, and I like their cut, I'm not gonna lie. Damn it, Lamau. I'm a furry, bro, like, okay, dude, okay, when it comes to furries, like, it's either, like, the fluffiest of floofs, or, like, scalies, or, like, the shark girls, basically. Like, okay, like, I mean, look, what do you want, alright? What the fuck do you want from me? I mean, never mind. I could go further with this. In fact, here, I wanna... Let's skip around on this.
That source is feminism.
Oh boy. I think we're gonna miss the forest for the trees on this video, my friends. But let's see. I've been having a lot of assumptions, and you know, if I'm wrong about a lot of these assumptions, then that's my bad. I'll take the L on that. It's just the videos I'm seeing here in the other videos that this person has made leads me to make these assumptions. I'm happy to be proven wrong. We'll see.
Which has come to utterly dominate Western media.
Okay.
Hollywood and television studios consistently identify more as feminist and liberal than the general public.
Okay.
This is then reflected in their portrayals of women. In a great irony, feminism rejects the value...
Okay, there's actually a partial... there's actually kind of a reason for this. I mean, it's like... You have Hollywood, and you have, these, you know, like, more big city places. Those tend to skew more, well, liberal or left-leaning. So Hollywood is placed in one of those places. So that's kind of going to be the case usually. Like a well, I'm not saying you are. I mean, hey, I'm not saying that you're anti-trans or nothing like that. If, you know, if there's any miscommunicate on that type of shit. Trans. Well, I mean, it's more or less just because it's not necessarily your fight, so to speak, which it's whatever. I mean, you know, it's like, you know, there's, you know, like, because honestly, it's, you know, especially when it comes to most people, it doesn't affect them. You know, and it's not necessarily going to be like a whole, you know, big deal, you know, necessarily in their life. And if anything, usually, like, you see, I actually didn't yet, but, I mean, if anything, what I'm about to say kind of gets into that. Like, usually most people will meet a trans person and will know it, or sometimes might not even know it ever. Like, I mean, you know, like, you know, it just depends, you know, like, obviously. You know, but, here, let me go back up and see some of that here real quick. Oh, here, this trans guy Arbor Freight by my house, and he's consolidated as fast as person. Trans aspects. Well, I mean, it seems like pretty cool, dude. Oh, actually, I needed to hit you up about one of my coworkers, cause I don't know if Rip City mentioned anything about it before, but the stream I was doing yesterday, I was murmuring about how fucking my coworker is basically, and also like because she lives out at these apartments not too far away with you know, from my work, and they got new management, and initially they're like, hey, you're all gonna be fine, you know, don't have to worry about getting kicked out. And now, as of recently, they're just like, hey, you know, we're gonna kick you all out, and if you all leave by the end of January, you get $3,000, but you're all getting kicked out, and you have to leave by the end of May or some shit. It's like, what the fuck? So, I mean, and she was, and and basically she needs to obviously get another spot, but I you know, because my main question was like I wasn't sure if there was any apartments there that specifically had hookups for washer and dryer, because she has that, and that's kind of the main requirement. Because I was mentioning at least, you know, some different some different things. And I told her I would you know, at least you know, put the word out. So repeat. Oh my god. Co-worker's apartment, new management, kicking them all out. Niece place with washer dryer. Quick summary right there. Like, they used to have this management for the longest time, but then they recently sold it, and now the new management is kicking them all out by the end of May. And, you know, so she's needing a place specifically with a washer and dryer. So, you know, so that's, you know, if, I don't know if it's, you know, going to be your complex or anything, but if you know if there's any other places, you know, near your area or some shit, because I know it's not necessarily too far, you know, from where we're all at, so. Washer dryer hookup? I don't think, no, it doesn't. Alright. Well, do they have, well, the thing is, like, if it was open for a while, damn. Well, I mean, it does have a washer dryer hookup. Like, that's kind of, and that's kind of her requirement. Aside from that, it doesn't seem like, you know, it's too big of a deal. Guess my manager. Alright. Yeah, and if he doesn't have any, you know, see if he knows of anywhere that's near the area. Oh, he runs 3? Shit. Well, okay. Well, yeah, hit me up on, like, a message, or not a messenger, but, you know, like, text me, you know, some more details about it. Not here, obviously. Your place. Alright, so maybe you might have some other complexes that do. So. But yeah, but just let me know.
As a conduit to make females masculine.
Wait, what?
Television studios consistently identify more as feminist and liberal than the general public. Okay. This is then reflected in their portrayals of women. In a great irony, feminism rejects the value of femininity and works instead as a conduit to make females masculine.
Wait a minute. That's not new. What the fuck is Ellen Rigby from Aliens then, bro? She's a hella strong woman. She's literally a working class hero. Like, what? She's a strong woman, working class hero, and then in Aliens, when she has a mute, she fucking is straight up like fucking what's it called? Like you know, straight up like, you know, mama instincts coming in, like strong woman mother instincts, dude. Like, dude, this is, and that's in the 80s. Like, Alien and Aliens with Ellen Rigby, strong woman who has, like, you know, very feminine but also very masculine features about her, too? Like, are you fucking, like, what, it's, like, you motherfucking kidding me, dude? Like, wait, this isn't some new phenomenon how it was done. Like, I mean, there's, like, elements of, like, more, quote, masculine strong women that have, you know, existed in art and media for a long time. Even in historically, mainly because art usually imitates life. I just love this, like, what, bruh, look.
Women equals femininity. That's the drug tape we're getting here. If your argument is that feminism is actively working as a conduit to make women more masculine, and because of that you think that makes women suffer in some way, you've got it backward, my friend. Feminism is about the liberation of women and the equality for women on par with men who are the hegemonic power holders of society. Limiting women to only strict feminine representation is limiting women's ability to exercise their individual liberty. If you are pro-personal freedom, representation...
Which also, in a certain degree, also limits their own femininity as well. Because you're also restricting them to a very certain specific archetype of femininity. I mean, so it's like, even in their idea of trying to preserve femininity, they're actually, like, repressing, you know, their femininity. I mean, it's just like, like, they basically just want to essentially, like, have this weird-ass fucking, like, oh, let's, you know, just basically... you know, let's just, like, you know, have a very strict idea about, you know, what a woman should be. And even though there's, like, totally other variables of how, you know, femininity, you know, can be and how it works and shit. Because it's basically just kind of a construct. But, like, it's like, goddamn.
People being gender non-conforming is a pro-liberty thing to do. It is a pro-liberty argument. I don't see how we're painting this like a bad thing, unless you think that women have to be feminine and the media portrayal of them as masculine is negative because...
And also a very specific form of femininity, not even just like femininity, period.
And think that femininity is bad or whatever, which I don't think is actually true. I don't think any woman out there will see a masculine representation of a woman and be like, oh, I'm not supposed to be feminine, I'm supposed to be masculine instead. Like, nobody's thinking this.
Biological differences between the sexes are
Well,
seen
go
as
back.
conduit. In a great irony, feminism rejects the value of femininity and works instead as a conduit to make females masculine.
By the way, it doesn't reject the value of femininity. It stops the value of femininity being overvalued when it comes to women and their ability to express their personal liberty. Currently in society, women are expected to be very feminine, which in a lot of cases limits their personal freedom to do what they want, to be how they want, to look how they want. So feminism is attempting to make femininity equal to masculinity in regards to how women are allowed to express themselves, which gives women more liberty to be the people they want to be without any kind of scrutiny. That is a pro-liberty argument. That is a feminist argument. But obviously, it seems like this person does not understand this, and I think we're about to get into why.
I mean, pretty much. I think Connor essentially summed it up pretty good there.
The Vice President of these United States is a female. How are they not in control? I'm
Huh?
pretty sure you're trolling.
That just straight up sounded like a troll comment. What the
But
fuck?
if you're not trolling, then I'm sorry to hear that.
Differences between the sexes are seen not as something to be celebrated, but as obstacles to be destroyed.
Not true. How are they seen as obstacles to be destroyed? So
Oh, wait,
first of all, biological differences don't inherently tie into aesthetic representation. Biological differences...
I mean, really not. Like, there was like a point where during like the 1800s, when boys and girls growing up was basically, you know, like they would wear dresses and things that would be kind of considered feminine now. But I mean, back then, at least for little kids, was seen as androgynous up to a certain point. You know, so it's, and also the whole, like, you know, colors of pink and blue, you know, being like blue being a boy color or pink being a masculine color or whatever the fuck. It's just like, I mean, even then, that in itself isn't, you know, like some sort of, you know, specific, you know, norm or anything aside from just what people decide. I mean, if anything, pink was seen more as a masculine color because it's more tied in with like colors like, you know, the blood of, you know, of our labor, the blood of our, you know, glory in battle, blah blah blah, and all that shit. You know, it's more tied in, you know, towards that, you know, or like the blood of your beating heart and all this other shit. You know, it'll seem more kind of masculine, you know, as well. Like, at least definitely make an argument for it. I mean, it's like, I mean, shit. There was a certain point where smoking cigarettes was seen as only strictly a male/masculine thing to do. And during women's suffrage, cigarette companies that were kind of took note of a lot of these women doing their marches and shit, and kind of lobbied some women and to start smoking cigarettes and shit, which kind of spread that, like, hey, you know, smoking cigarettes can be a feminine thing too, you know, and all this shit. You know, so there was even a point where, I mean, obviously smoking's not good, but, like, you know, but, you know, given the cultural norms and the standards at the time, there was, like, a very, like a traditionalistic, like, hierarchy on what the gender roles were when it came to certain things, even, like, I mean, even to drinking, you know, where it's like, oh, women having a drink, oh, she must be an unruly, chaotic harlot, you know, oh, woman smoking a cigarette, what? I mean, you know, so it's just like, you know, there's these very, you know, like, adapting different norms that have, like, changed, you know, throughout society and shit. So it's just like, I mean, and even, you know, a lot of them were kind of seen as either, you know, like, very feminine for, you know, the women to not, you know, partake in, or very, you know, or very feminine for them to be partaking in it, depending on what it was. Early 20th century. Well, prior to it, was a lot of it was due to women's suffrage, where there were some tobacco lobbyists that took kind of some note of that, and used it where they would have women go out smoking cigarettes during the marches and protests that they did as a part of women's suffrage, which worked. I mean, and honestly, and to some degree, I don't even necessarily disagree with their premise. Like, there's nothing about smoking a cigarette that's inherently masculine or feminine. It's just smoking a cigarette, you know? Like, I mean, it's not really good for you. Like, but, like, you know, so it's just like, you know, so when you have, like, these kind of, like, blue-collar working class, or, you know, because women's suffrage was also during the labor movement, so a lot of these women also worked at, like, you know, mill lofts, like, different cottage mills, you know, all sorts of places, you know, and so some of these women were also working class, too. You know, just didn't have any rights outside of basically getting paid pennies a day. Or pennies an hour, depending. Make it slim and smoked on the weird stems. Yeah. Morning Axe storming in to crack up some big tobacco ass. That's right. Well, actually, because I wanted to tell them, you know, here, you know, yeah, I'll have to take the screen down for a sec here. I actually want to tell them that I almost had a squirrel today eating up from my hand. Like, there was one that was kind of just chilling out today, and I didn't have any nuts put out quite yet. So I opened up the window just a little bit, and I grabbed one peanut, and I just kind of stuck it out there, and that squirrel just was eyeballing it for fucking, like, 10 minutes. Going back and forth, just not even, like, freaking out or nothing, just kind of casually, just really just checking me out. And it's just, like, there was a few times where it would just sit there for a minute, just staring. Not even moving, just staring at me. Like, sometimes I kind of wiggle it a little bit, and it might, like, move his head, like, You know, it was more curious on if it, you know, something was gonna happen more than anything. I think it was just like, how close can I get to it before something happens? And it just kind of eventually went off to the end of the platform that I have up there and just kind of sat there. So I dropped the nut, and I just kind of kept my fingers there. And then he grabbed the nut after that, and then this little dork just goes the most farthest way possible and goes up to a tree branch, like way off in the corner. You know, and I'm watching him, and he's just eating this nut, and I'm like, you could have just ate that at the end of the platform, and I could have had another one ready to go. And, you know, and it ate the nut, and it came back, and I put another one out there, but then the other squirrel started coming. And it's like, oh shit, and noticed him eating one, so the other one started taking notice. I was like, oh fuck. Alright. Shit, wait, what? Straight, what, huh? That's hilarious. I know. Dude, man, I wish I got a video of it, but I really couldn't, like, you know, like, motion myself to get shit ready to, like, record it or anything. You know, yeah. Next time, I'm gonna see if I can do it tomorrow. I got the day off, so maybe I can get an opportunity to record it. Maybe I might grab a nut. I was just sitting there, like, you know, he was sniffing the, you know, he got like this close to it, like an inch away, and I'm just sitting there like, take it, take it, take it, take it. Then he just kind of sat there, and I went like, fuck. But they're warming up pretty quick now. Sincerely, your generous Tennessee. Huh? What do you mean, like? With, like, just their biological physical sex? I mean, because that's also not necessarily the case either. There's a lot of different aspects of different, you know, societies, even Neolithic societies, where there's some evidence of, you know, different people that have, you know, not necessarily had, you know, similar wirings, that have had different, like, roles, you know, so to speak, in their tribes. They, you know, were still, you know, accepted and still part of the tribe, but not necessarily doing, like, you know, all the hunting gathering, or, you know, one specific thing or the other. I mean, hell, there's even cases where women have also went on hunting gathering expeditions too, as much as men, you know, staying tending to the tribe at home. Even if gender freedom. Well, yeah, because that's kind of the broader point about the whole general, like, broader sexual slash gender liberation, is that people can express however they want. If it still happens to be more feminine than not, if they're a woman, then okay. Same thing for masculine. Oh, so cute. Torches of freedom. Yep, that's what they called cigarettes back in the day for women. Liberty torches. Or torches of freedom. Typically when my considerabilities are gauged for. Well, yeah. I mean, it doesn't necessarily change the fact that people are still going to, you know, go into roles that, you know, is more preferable to them or best suits them. I mean, it just depends on what those type of people are into. I mean, it's like, obviously, you know, it's more of an outlier to have a woman be a lumberjack, you know, and like just as much as it is probably an outlier to have a man be, you know, at a nail salon, for example, working that, you know what I mean? I mean, it happens, most certainly, but, you know, it's pretty rare. More solitary work. I mean, maybe, but also I know it tends to be the case where men are usually seen as more disposable, so they also go into work that tends to be more dangerous or more deadly to them. We're just seen as, you know, more as, like, you know, type of expendable, but that has just been extrapolated to just the pores. So whether you're a man or a woman, you're, you know, seen as that at this point. Depending on the job you got and on your class. life used to be extremely labor intensive. Well, I guess depending on what type of life going on now, it still can be. Like if you're working in a gig economy, doing like DoorDash part-time job at like a Starbucks or something, and also doing part-time with Uber Lyfts or some shit. Uber Lyfts. Uber and Lyfts just morph into one megamorphous, oh god. But, you know, just like, but, you know, like, I mean, there's a lot of like heavy intense labor that goes into that, and very unforgiving too. So, I mean, you know, it just kind of depends on, you know, what, you know, like type of life you got going on, I suppose. Things aren't that simply done by hand anymore. Well, yeah. Watch close. Well, yeah, there's like, you know, industrialization has made things not as laborious. But I guess from a worker's perspective, I guess all they've done is just streamline the job. Which, you know, I guess either way is good. I mean, it's definitely good to have washing machines and, you know, all that shit, you know, obviously. You know, that's a good thing. No, in particular. Wait, what? Chance of ever she will have many women. What tersts or wait, what? You want to make sure you proofread your stuff before posting it, because some of it ain't totally making sense. I'm not gonna lie. CMS and changed quite a bit towards sedentary signed to for an information revolution now. Oh yeah. I mean, honestly, it always has been changing. I mean, even before the industrial revolutions and shit, and even, but it's just, you know, with that, and now even far more so with the information age now, like, you know, it's like as these different eras, like, you know, with the women's suffrage, labor movement, industrial revolution era, / the Gilded Age, all, you know, kind of coming into fruition at that time, just as much as, like, the Neo-Gilded Age, Information Age, you know, and the expansion on these different things like, you know, gender, sex, and, you know, more catch-all, just like kind of progressive views, you know, socially on things. Like, we're seeing kind of another wave, kind of the start, really, more or less, of, you know, another wave of these type of things. You know, of another major change and shift and expansion of what expectations are on society, of how they view, you know, men, women, or people outside of that norm too, even. Which I think, honestly, I don't necessarily find it accidental that these type of things also kind of coalesce around labor advocacy as well, because at the same time we're also seeing labor militancy on the rise too. And just like in the Industrial Revolution / women's suffrage of that time, there was also a mass labor movement that was coalescing as well. Same as civil rights movement. And same as we're starting to see now. So it's like, you know, it's like, that's, you know, why I always like, you know, put a major intersectional, like, a broad consciousness towards labor with this, because there's a lot of correlation towards it. Moving process. Maybe given opportunities for non-social work, they tend to go for social work. Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah, because they are usually probably better with, you know, communication skills in comparison to men are, but that's just usually because it usually probably just comes to some different variables, like, you know, charisma, you know, just, you know, having, you know, an ability to have a, you know, to talk with people, or whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, Sure, there's probably different variables that come into play with it. But I'm also kind of an antisocial fuck, so, like, I mean, you know, it kind of doesn't 100% apply to me so much, I guess. Well, I guess it does in the sense that, you know, I would go for work that isn't necessarily in, like, customer service or shit. The managers are often the women. Hold on, Anthony would like a word with you. Let me find it. Hold on. Need to find the right part here. Oh fuck, where is it? Here? Shit, I don't want. Hold on. Does not. Oh, does not say what fucking record label owns it. Makes it hard. Where is it in here? Right here. Hold on. Right here. So. Do. There you go. That's all I was looking for. They had the nerve to say, "What would you like to do?" And I'm gonna be an engineer, baby. Doesn't matter. This should be about personal freedom, society should not prejudice on what people can't do based on arbitrary factors. Yeah, like, I honestly don't care if there's evolutionary differences. Who gives a fuck? I don't care. Like, I honestly don't care that there's evolutionary differences or whatever. Like, it's not... That doesn't matter. That's arbitrary. Because guess what? Evolution changes and has differences, you know, on a micro scale as well as the macro level. And... you know, especially with humans, we have a, you know, broader ability to think, you know, beyond, you know, the quote natural order, how, you know, evolution and all these things work. So, you know, despite, you know, these different biological components or evolution differences or whatever, we can override that. Because if we have, like, you know, these biological dispositions, I mean, then how come we've overridden so many different other aspects of our biology? Like, override this one too, because who cares? Like, that should be the point fundamentally about it. Like, you know, women can be an engineer just as much as a man can if they want to. If they don't, so what? That's up to them. It's their choice. Like, Legos are hunting shit, so what? Even then, there's differences where, you know, that overrides that, where women have, you know, gone hunting and shit, or have worked, you know, with things like Legos and stuff. There's plenty of girls or women, and historically and today, it's like, it shouldn't matter. You two, don't fuck me over the copyright playing Anthony, by the way. I guess I'll find out, because I played more than 5 seconds, so... I guess it was all kind of, you know, broken up, so maybe it'll be okay. Maybe if I found an old-ass recording that Pete Seeger did back in, like, the 30s, maybe I'd be okay. It's kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. If you believe there are gender differences that matter, then just reinforces pay and opportunity discrimination. Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah, because there's a lot of aspects about, like, these countries that have, like, specific gender roles, or, like, specific ideas of how, like, you know, men and women work or operate, and, you know, put gaps in pay and gaps in, you know, wages and shit, you know, and also we'll just do discrimination based on that type of stuff, too. Like, I mean, there's a lot of women that, you know, especially during, like, the 70s and 80s that have worked in, like, things like accounting and shit, but get heavily, you know, sexually discriminated in those type of jobs and shit. You know, especially back in, like, the 50s, 60s, during those times. I mean, that like, up till today. I mean, that's why the Me Too movement was such a prominent thing back in, like, 2016, 17, was because, you know, a lot of that type of culture was a major thing. And it was because there was, like, this major aspect of how, like, oh, because, you know, this is, you know, the job that women ought to be working because they prefer this type of stuff anyway, and they're more built for it, then, you know, it's okay. Because they just happen to be women. How does that bother you? Bother me? What? Oh, he's dreaming. Oh. Kicking his little paws a little bit. Cute little thing. Oh, no. Oh, he's doing a little stretch. Oh. Oh. You stretchy sweet thing. Oh. You stretchy thing. Yes, yes, yes. Dude, the crows are landing like 2 feet from me now. It's a trip. Damn. I noticed the crows that are around here will kind of start kind of strutting their shit a little bit on my front yard. I tried chucking some nuts at them, but they don't seem like they're quite, you know, open to get nuts quite yet. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, honestly. I think they just wait for all the other animals to come out and doing their shit. Just because in its mind, in their minds, they're probably like, we could just kind of fuck with them instead, have some fun. Because I've seen them do that. They'll, like, fuck up the scrub jays every now and then and shit. And it's like, God, really? Kind of don't want to feed them because of that. It's like, you dicks. Being a bunch of dicks. Here, buddy. If you're nearby, they come down right away. I guess it may depend on if you feel like they're safe. Yeah. They're definitely keeping it on. I mean, that's for damn sure. Cotton weed or some. Yeah, Bandit. Most certainly Bandit, probably. You know he happens to hang around, so that's probably why. Oh, you sweet little thing. Were you trying to, like, scratch your ear or something? Because that was just going flopping everywhere. You silly little dork. You sweet little thing. You sweet little thing. Yeah. You sweet little baby. You a sweet little baby. Yeah. You're so soft. Just be a softball, yes you is. Yeah. Are you? I think you are. I'm pretty sure you are. Joe Biden might actually be the weakest president ever. Damn. What a title. I want to see actually on these comments first. I'll enter the history books as the weakest, most inactive president ever. James Buchanan. Joe Biden. Hold my beer, Jack. Okay, I'm giving that a like. Goddamn. Benjamin Sunblind by self-delusion that look at Biden said, yes, that guy directly pointed at Trump and said, nothing fundamentally changed is absolutely the guy we need to change America for the better. Reading this.
Hey, does anyone else remember how back in 2019 on the campaign
Jesus, Mike.
trail, Joe Biden claimed that Republicans would definitely want to work with him, and he even hysterically claimed that Republicans would have an epiphany once Trump was out of office, and that they'd come to their senses? Yeah, I remember that too. Fast forward.
Wait, what? Can we stuff that as more in line with your position, like, strange to be more efficient? Huh? There's not, like, many comments being, like, you know, cycling through the chat, really. Like, I mean, I've read all the comments. Like, what? Stream used to be efficient? Like, what? Okay. And more biased. Like, just because I don't read all of them out loud does not, you know, mean I'm not fucking reading the comments. Like, oh my god, dude. More biased, really? Just because I, like, so having a, you know, position that doesn't fit with your worldview is being biased now? Like, what the hell would I even be biased in? Like, the science, like, evolutionary science? Just, like, just human biology? Like, what? Hold on, I'm still looking for a cold one. Warren. Hold on, I still need a beer. I need to crack open a beer. Hold on, I'll be right back on my Facebook live stream. Was that a Facebook live stream that Warren did, or was that a fucking... who knows? That was a ridiculous ass meme. I think I'll grab a beer. Let me attempt to be more human with the people and grab a beer. How can I hold yours if I can't even find mine? How can I hold yours if I can't? I like how I just had a little bit of a Joe Biden voice for Warren there for a sec. Oh, God. Anyway.
Not happening. Republicans still don't want to
Here.
work with him.
There.
He can't even get members of his own party to work with him. Now, I remember the media and Democratic Party establishment figures telling us that we had to vote for Joe Biden and not Bernie Sanders because, see, Bernie Sanders, his goals were just far too ambitious. So with Joe Biden, maybe it's not necessarily the policies that you want. Maybe they're more watered down. Rather than opting for Medicare for all, you opt for a Medicare expansion. So water it down, and these less ambitious goals will definitely get passed. Oh, what's that? Joe Biden can't even get that done? So, I mean, at this point, he's basically given up on being president. I genuinely don't even know what he's doing. Is he just playing...
Where's the Oval Office, Jack?
With Jill? I don't know what he's doing. Why is he even there? He might as well leave. Now, I say this because
Might as well leave.
Kirsten Sinema unilaterally killed voting rights legislation last Thursday, he subsequently...
No one's playing ball, Jack. Should have voted for the other Biden.
Yeah, I don't know if I could get this done. Take a look.
I'd totally vote for Hunter at this point over this fuck.
Complicated subject like, can you get this done? I hope we can get this done. The honest to God answer is, I don't know if we can get this done. Is this mic on? I guess, anyway.
Oh my God, what the fuck? It's like, I don't even know if we can get this done. Is this mic on? What the fuck is it? Is this on?
And I'm not sure either. But anyway, I hope...
I'm not sure either. Like, oh my,
But I'm not
oh my
sure.
fuck's sake.
One thing for certain, like every other major civil rights bill that came along, if we missed the first time,
This is my I can't believe. Okay, well, we gotta go back.
I'm not sure either. But anyway, I hope we
Oh
can.
my God.
The honest to God answer is, I don't know whether we can get this done. Is this mic on? I guess, anyway. Yeah. And
I'm not sure. I'm not sure either. Anyway, Jack.
But I'm not sure. One thing for certain.
Oh my God.
A major civil rights bill that came along, if we missed the first time, we can come back and try it a second time. We missed this time. We missed this time. And the state and legislative bodies continue to change the law, not as to who can vote.
What was he gonna say if the dude said no? He'd probably just be like, ah, Jack, I'll just start booming it. He'd be like, oh, okay, anyway. They probably just kept yelling. I don't know.
Count the vote. Count the vote. Count the vote. It's about election subversion, not just whether or not people get to vote.
Count the vote. Count the vote.
That's what this is about. That's what makes this so
It's about, Jack,
anything else we've ever done.
the subversion of it
I don't
all.
know that we get it done, but I know one thing. As long as I have a breath in me, as long as I'm in the White House, as long as I'm engaged at all, I'm going to be fighting to change the way these legislatures have moved.
Oh my God,
How
what?
reassuring. Wow, that makes me feel so much better to see the president say, yeah, I understand what's going on here. I know that the Republican Party is literally trying to subvert the will of voters in their states, so I know that democracy is at stake. But I don't know if I can get this done. But don't worry, he'll fight. Oh, okay, the same way that you fought for the $15
As long as I'm engaged at all.
the same way that you fought for Build Back Better, the same way that you're fighting COVID, by now just letting it tear through the country. That was Donald Trump's strategy, by the way. I don't know why he would say this. So people are saying, oh, well, this is like a moment of brutal honesty here. He's
So there
just
isn't even a
leveling with the American
change.
people.
Yeah, there's literally just like, he's literally just not gonna let anything happen.
A leader.
Nothing will fundamentally change. That's exactly what he fucking said to a bunch of rich fuck billionaire cocksuckers. And, well, what do you know? Nothing's
The
changed.
United States, you don't say things like that. You say, yes, this is an obstacle, but I will get this done. Because not getting voting rights done is not an option. Because if we don't accomplish this, democracy dies, and under my watch, that's not going to happen. So we are going to get this done. But Joe Biden, he can barely even be bothered to try to wake himself up. I mean, throughout the first half of that video, you saw him basically mumbling. And then finally, he remembered...
And then he literally goes, is this mic on? Like, he literally said that. It's like, oh my God.
A little bit of, I don't know, certainty. I don't know going on? What's happening in the White House? Now, let me just state here, none of this is surprising to me, but I just want to remind the folks, the centrists on television, the individuals like Joy Reid who brought on body language interpreters to smear Bernie Sanders, the individuals who claimed that Joe Biden was the only one who could save America. What do you have to say for yourselves now? Because you brainwashed the entire Democratic Party base and got them to believe that Joe Biden was the only way out of this mess. And now what? We're seeing our institutions collapse. Joe Biden can't even get a fucking vaccine mandate that isn't even a full mandate without the Supreme Court striking it down. And we may even see Roe v. Wade overturned this year. Is Joe Biden even talking at packing the Supreme Court? Since he can't get anything done legislatively, is he even considering some additional executive actions that might help the American people? Like, yet we see in various news articles about how worried the Democratic Party establishment is about the base not turning out, about 2022's elections being a bloodbath. And yet, what are they doing to fix that? Absolutely fuck all. Joe Biden has been a failure.
I mean, this is literally why, like, I mean, people essentially at this point, like, a lot of the electoralism that the DNC tries to, like, fucking shove down people's throats of, like, vote blue no matter who. Hey, at least it ain't, you know, the GOP or the Republican sign, you know, because they're just oh so bad. Which, yeah, they are, but you've done literally nothing to show how you're gonna fucking, you know, challenge that shit. Aside from, like, just a bunch of words that mean fuck all. And at this point, just fall on utter deaf ears. Besides, whatever sycophants are left under, you know, these, you know, this fucking administration, if there is any. Like, I'm sure there is, but where were those? Where would they be? Twitter.
People about this inevitably if there's
the Republicans take back power. They already kind of have been. Like, they've already been getting a lot of their shit statewide, you know, state by state, you know, a lot of their shit passed under Biden's administration with, like, a lot of the anti-abortion legislation, voter rights suppression bills and shit. Like, I mean, they've been doing all this type of stuff under his administration now.
In a future Democratic Party primary, the media is going to forget it all. And they're just going to say the same fucking shit. Oh, well, you have to go for the moderate because they can actually get their agenda accomplished. Yeah. How's that working out for you? Not even getting his milquetoast agenda accomplished. Which, again, we were told that you can't be bold because that just will never pass. But they can't even get through their own agenda. And Joe Biden, surprisingly, came in with a lot of momentum. He came in with a high approval rating, and then now, a year later, he's just,
I mean, I doubt that.
Just given up on being president.
Like, they're gonna get a lot of their shit, you know, pushed either way. Like, I mean, we might see Roe v. Wade killed this year, in 2022, even before the fucking elections, probably. I mean, because they're already doing that now. Like, a lot of this shit is pretty much, you know, happening right now. Like, I mean, so it's just like, you know, the idea that, like, oh, you know, it's like, you know, wait until the Republicans get in power, then it's like, then these Democrats are really going to be needed. It's like, no. Like, I ain't gonna fucking, you know, be like fucking swindled by that shit again. Like, there's nothing that is offered on the fucking table when it comes to fighting back against any of this shit. They do fuck all. They won't even fucking push against and fight, you know, for the whole, like, Build Back Better thing, even though it's basically a corporate handout at this point. Like, it's, like, there needs to be a rift where there needs to be a break in the fucking, you know, one of the parties. And honestly, like, the Republicans, considering that they're not going to partake in 2024 primary elections and shit, or not the primary elections, but the fucking debates, like the primary or the national debates and shit, that could honestly just make it so the Greens and the Libertarians get their chance to be on those debate stages. You know, to just fill in the void. You know, because there's going to need to be something to fill that void. So if the Republicans aren't going to do it, then these other parties actually might, and that can create a fucking fractional rift in a duopoly that's been in control for so fucking long. It's self-defeating, but it ain't. Democratic Civil War will make the Republican Civil War look tame in comparison. Yeah. And both parties are already having it. Like, there needs to be these fractional rifts at this point. Like, because, like, because the Republicans with their Trumpy side of things are already fucking breaking away from the corporate side of the GOP and shit. And a lot of those type of people are starting to get a lot more friendly, or even start switching off their votes towards the Democratic side now. Because they know that, their corporate interests and their economic interests are still going to be all in the same. If people vote. I don't even think that's, at this point, the biggest fucking, importance anymore. Like, the main thing is direct local action and more local and statewide electoralism, if we're going to be doing that. Because that's where actual progress has been being made, whether good or bad, in in anywhere in this administration right now, is via the states. So it's like, a lot of this focus needs to be taken more with local action, whether statewide or, locally, and especially in the workplaces. I mean, it's like there needs to be a shift from the bottom up. Like, that's how a lot of, these movements in the past have started. Good or bad, well, you actually have to offer something. And if you don't actually have anything to back it up, or actually get, people out there to, vote for something, then they're not going to do it. Like, Democrats are not going to get people out to vote, and they're sure shit ain't going to get people like me. Plus, there's people that just literally hopscotch back and forth. That will just be like, oh, Democrats didn't do much for me this time, well, I guess I'll vote Republican. Oh, Republicans didn't do much for me this time, I guess I'll vote Democrat. Like, people do that all the time in this country. Like, honestly, I'd probably say, like, a good chunk of, like, not all of them, or most of them, but, like, a lot of voters are, probably at least a third of them are probably just straight that. They're like, yeah, I'll vote this time around. Yeah, I'll vote this time around. And this will work out, I'll vote this time around. And you just kind of hopscotch it, whatever, just depending on, their mood, basically. I mean, it only really goes so far. Especially in a system, in an electoral system that's, fundamentally backed against you. I don't blame him. Yeah. I mean, that don't care needs to be redirected and refocused locally. When it comes to a lot of these, whether it's like city council elections, state center, state congress shit, countywide elections, local measures, that type of shit. Like, I mean, because especially when it comes to, trying to get some more direct action change, that's where to start. Very little solutions. I don't necessarily think that there's very little solutions. I think there's just very little will to actually fucking do shit about it. Because everyone's worried about, either make sure that they have enough, food on their plate, or are able to, pay rent, or able to have a roof over their head, or, all this other shit. Like, or being, workers and people in general in this country are being squeezed so much to the point that they don't really have, there's not enough room to really care. I mean, like, most of the complaints that I hear about, from my workplace and shit ain't necessarily about, like, the general politics and the affairs of the country. It's about their direct lives and how they're living and shit. Like, they're probably not having these ponderous talks of politics like I am.
Fuck is he doing? COVID is ripping through the country. And yet, we won't even consider closing schools. We're not going to pay people to stay home. A lockdown is completely out of the question. He's done. Why do we even have a fucking president? We are seeing our entire system collapse before our very eyes, and the Democratic Party is basically saying, it's too hard. We elected you to do something, anything, for fuck's sake. Let me just explain to you what Joe Biden's failure means
Spicy.
for the country. This is from Jeff Stein of the Washington Post. He tweets out, "This means likely divided rule for many years. GOP hold on SCOTUS can block progressive laws and multiple compounding national crises in housing, climate, health, education, etc. with no way out." That's what Joe Biden and the Democratic Party establishment's failure means. We see encroaching authoritarianism and fascism from the far right, and we have Nancy Pelosi bringing out the fucking Hamilton cast to sing. Jen, you...
Yeah, no, honestly, this kind of reason why, you know, I kind of partially, you know, look at the thing about, like, the Republicans and shit, is that, like, okay, that last hit was spicy. Oh my goodness, spicy meatball. Anyway, but when it comes to the whole, like, creeping, you know, fascistic authoritarianism that is, you know, been, you know, spread throughout the country, especially for, like, the last, like, 6+ years and shit. I mean, considering that there's no actual, like, change given to, you know, these type of people, or any actual, like, substantive, you know, positive, like, progress, you know, that, you know, this, you know, any of these type of legislation, like whether it's student loan debt or even a PRO Act, or you know, which that, you know, is actually, you know, some legit good legislation that should be fucking pushed through and passed, or even to Build Back Better, like, all, you know, these things would, you know, also benefit these people's lives just as much as literally anyone else's. So it's like, I mean, like, when these people get more radicalized, and you have crazy fucks like, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who are able to, you know, scapegoat a lot of these fucking problems on crazy communist Joe and the radical jihad squad and all this other shit. I mean, there is definitely some fucking culpability when you aren't able to actually give, you know, some sort of, you know, an actual, like, solution, you know, to these fucking people that, you know, they could look like, well, he's at least, you know, got this type of shit for me that's good, so, I don't see why it's such a big deal. You know, because there's still going to be people who are not going to give a shit. You know, there's definitely plenty of TFGs, but nonetheless, you know, the people that are probably on the fence about it might not likely, you know, be as into it. Because at least for me, I'm not willing to, you know, just, like, rule off, you know, the entire swath, you know, the country and shit as just a bunch of crazy fucks that are willing to just, like, overthrow the country on a whim, you know, if they had their way, literally. I mean, some of these type of people just literally, you know, what's, you know, just, like, best for their just standard of living, just like anyone else. I mean, but they get scapegoated into these fucking crazy positions and beliefs, you know, because they are, you know, in a desperate situation, and they have, like, these fucking grifters and con men, you know, from back in the day. It would be, like, the Lush Limbaughs, and now it's, like, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes and shit that are fucking espousing it. It's a bit much. Not all of it. I'd say he's, you know, partially to blame for it, but when you have, like, you know, no actual offer-ups, you know, for people for change and shit, the exacerbation and enablation of that type of stuff is definitely, you know, partially in blame. Not entirely, but at least partially, because, like, I mean, yeah, if these people, you know, look at, you know, what, well, at least at this point, the lack thereof of what he's doing, and the scapegoat is like, oh, see, you know, it's getting worse because this, that, or the other thing, or all this other weird, crazy, xenophobic, fucking bigoted bullshit, or whatever the fuck. Go on, dude. I don't just fucking rule people out. Like, that's the reason why we're in this fucking tribalistic chimp fucking mentality in this shit anyway. It's because there's no actual fucking solutions given to these people, and they're just utterly ruled out as, quote, deplorables, when majority of these type of people aren't, you know, overt TFGs. Like, a lot of them, you know, are, but that doesn't mean, like, every single one of these type of fucking people are. like a lot of these type of people suffer from the opioid crisis just as much as, you know, people over here suffer from, you know, the drug crises, you know, from different, you know, policies and shit, you know, that have been enacted in the past from the drug war and from, you know, pharmaceutical industries. And they've been fucked over from their jobs, and they're paying wages and being fucked over by poverty, and probably, you know, stopped by cops because they're in heavy destitute, impoverished situations in their cities or in their towns. Like, it's not them that's the fucking problem. It's the fucking people up top that, you know, manipulate and scapegoat everything, you know, and manipulate and brainwash these fucking people. Like, I don't just fucking rule the people out. Okay, that's so much better. Go Cinnamon Cleanse. And they're definitely the TFGs. Like, when I'm talking about, you know, what I'm specifically talking about, I've already ruled out the type of TFGs. Like, there's definitely some fascistic motherfuckers who, you know, look at someone like me, they'd put a gun to my head and shoot me. And I'd probably do the same. You know, so it's just like, there's definitely some fucking people out there in this country especially that are TFG, and I would, you know, have a fight with them too. Just as much as they probably would with me, because they'd probably try to throw the first fist. So it's just like, I mean, yeah, when it's like, I'm not saying that these TFGs don't exist. I'm putting them aside when it comes to this general argument, because there's a lot of people that get, you know, brainwashed and put into these type of positions, you know, or not put, but like believe in these type of things, but aren't necessarily going to go out of their way to fucking, you know, grab like their gun and, you know, go to some protests and, you know, do some Rittenhouse style fucking scenario or some shit, or try to incite one. I mean, the TFGs are the ones that do. I mean, the ones that, you know, brainwash into it, or, you know, like, are fucking, you know, have the belief in it, but, you know, just sit around on Facebook most of the day and shit. Like, they're not going to be the ones doing that. Granted, the ones that do that also do that, but there's a little extra touch where they get together with their buddies and have, like, a, you know, not just, like, maybe 2 or 3 guns, but, like 10 or something. It's like, oh, well, there's the TFG. I mean, I've seen it before, but I've also seen, you know, at the same time, similar type of people that aren't like those type of people either. Maybe they're fence riding it, but, you know, not necessarily all the way. But of course, yeah. And the thing is, even the ones that kind of half-assedly believe it, yeah, there's probably still going to be racist, xenophobic, and homophobic, and all the phobics, you know? Like, they're probably still going to be that. But, you know, like, the idea that, you know, the one who just is, like, on Facebook or Twitter, or just, you know, like, working their job, but then on the side, you know, just posting dumb shit memes or whatever the fuck on their little Facebook group or whatever. Like, you know, chances are they're not going to be looking at, like, you know, a black person be like, yep, I think you need to get George Floyd right off the bat. Well, maybe they are inside, but, like, you know, they're not going to, like, look at him and be like, yep, fuck you. It's like kind of the oh my god. It's like the compassionate conservative mentality. Just sort of like, they're like, hi, how you doing? But deep inside they're like, I fucking hate you. Yeah. And it's just like, and I mean, I agree with the sentiment, because it's just like, I mean, I have the same sentiment myself. You know, it's like, yeah, for the most part, yeah, I definitely want to be, you know, left alone to my, you know, to my proclivities and shit, just as much as I leave anyone else to theirs. But, like, as far as I'm concerned, like, I mean, I don't care who my neighbor is, or, you know, or whatever the fuck. Like, when it comes to at least that mentality, like, and that's kind of the thing when it comes to, like, some of these people, like, a lot of them might have this mentality, and that's, you know, at least, you know, if they're just one of these people that, quote, want to be left alone. And at least to me, that's like a bridge of like, well, I'm, despite being a leftist and shit, I agree too, but, you know, as long as, you know, like, you know, my neighbors or whatever are chill and cool, and, you know, even if I don't necessarily like them or whatever the fuck, you know, then it's like, whatever, then we don't interact. But it's like, you know, if there's just kind of the general mentality, it's like, hey, you know, I do my proclivities, you do yours, and, you know, say what's up, you know, whatever the fuck, or, you know, just like, I don't know, just basic social human interaction and shit. But when it comes to just me in my house or me and my own and shit, then it's just like, yeah, unless it's something important, I kind of want to be left alone, you know? But it's just like, for a lot of people, obviously, it's just like, hey, you know, it's like, you know, I want to be left alone, but that means I don't want no goddamn bummers or some shit in my neighborhood. It's like, what? It's like, that's not what that means, bro. It's like, that's not what being left alone means. That means you just want to, like, keep black people out of your neighborhood because, oh god, scary black people. It's like, come on, it's like, fuck. I mean, you know, so that's why I think it'd be interesting to use that as a bridge, though, when it comes to a conversation like that, because at least it provides an opportunity to not necessarily have an immediate clash on an issue that probably would have immediate clashing in another, you know, another form of conversation. Stop making it so hard for rich country to also live alone in peace. I mean, yeah. But, I mean, like, fundamentally, it can't be, like, too caught in the weeds about, like, you know, when it comes to, you know, their standard of livings or, you know, how they might live and shit. Because, I mean, you know, a lot of these type of people, you have various lifestyles, you know, but a good chunk of them are in the same or even far worse situations as me. Like, I actually know some of these, maybe not full-on Trumpy types, but kind of like neo-Confederate type of fucks that are definitely living in worse situations than I am, but it's not really necessarily due to any fault of their own. In fact, the most recent, oh my god, what the fuck, I got like a hair in my nose. But like the most recent update about him was actually definitely not a fault of their own. It was actually because of the property they were living on. But, you know, they have like one of those little mobile homes and shit. But, actually a pretty big one. I saw a picture of it. It's actually pretty nice. But, like the place that, you know, where, you know, you can have them, you know, set up and shit. It's in one of these situations where they get bought off. I'm noticing this is happening a lot around here. Where, like, a lot of these old places, you know, will get bought up by bigger real estate firms and then basically kick everyone the fuck out. So, it's like, it was one of those situations and shit, and it's like, wow, fucking ridiculous. But it's just like, I mean, you know, like, even though I obviously think his neo-Confederate views are pretty shitty and gross, I mean, you know, like, and he's definitely kind of a racist piece of shit, like, I mean, he still at least, you know, does, you know, honest when it comes to his, you know, shit. Like, he specifically, you know, was, I mean, I actually don't know specifically, but at least, you know, was attempting to get clean for his kid, you know, and would, you know, yeah, actually was able to hold down a job for a bit, you know, and shit, you know, struggling with that, but, I mean, who isn't these days, I guess. I mean, all sorts of shit, you know, so there's a lot of different things, you know, at play. Some, you know, fault to their own, some not. That practice should be flat out illegal for most mobile home parks. The people there have no way to move homes and lose everything becoming homeless. Exactly. 100%. I mean, it should be, like, illegal for really, like, any place, like, to be like, hey, you know, we recently bought this place, but we're kicking you all out. Like, that just shouldn't be a fucking thing. I mean, it's just pretty fucking ridiculous. But, you know, it's like, but like I said, it's like the dude probably, you know, not even necessarily just the neo-Confederate views, but I'm sure he has probably some other distasteful, shitty, gross views. But it's just like, I mean, you know, like, I want to look at him and be like, yeah, well, fuck you anyway, you know, just because of that. You know, when it comes to his general, you know, situation, you know, or general standard of living, you know, with that, because there's plenty of people that believe, you know, same shit like him, they're in that situation, but they don't necessarily choose that. I mean, you know, it's because honestly, I'd probably, you know, arguing now. Not all of them, again, like I said, because, you know, we're always having this whole, like, or presetting of, like, yeah, there's TFGs in these situations, but they probably won't be as, you know, likely to believe in those type of things, you know, if it was the case. But there's definitely people that are just kind of set in those ways, you know, at least to a certain degree, and you'd have to get, like, Daryl Davis to, like, show up, you know, to maybe change their mind, you know, to some extent. But even for someone like him, he didn't get all of them. I mean, Daryl Davis, you know, deconverted like 200 some Klansmen, but I mean, think about how many he actually met with. Probably met with hundreds more, if not probably 1,000 or few, or 1,000 or more, you know. So it's just like, I mean, out of all of it, you know, he did get all of them, but nonetheless, I mean, he got hundreds of them, and some in very high positions too. Not necessarily your just average random schmo member, like, you know, Grand Wizards or whatever their weird, like, hierarchical, like, ways of the, you know, they set up their stupid bullshit. It takes me down, I guess, at this point. Yeah. We need a direct ballot initiative to outlaw kicking out mobile home residents and outlaw big increases in rent. Yeah. 100%. It's a really little random thing. Let's see what other shit is on the tube. Let's see. Ooh, DFS premiere coming up tomorrow. Burger King. Worst fast food in America. Yeah, I see this video. Oh shit. Let's speed it up. I'm re-uploading it now. Oh. I like how in Premiere videos, there's like comment sections already there, and one of the first things to see is Whataburger reigns supreme, and I just have to give that a like. I just have to give that an immediate like right there. Here's the story. Since the pandemic began, I've not been able to enjoy a burger anymore. Well, that's pretty sad. It might not have something to do with the meat, but every burger I have tasted since has tasted like slop. Even burgers I used to love now taste bad. Even homemade ones. So I decided to quit eating burgers, opting instead for... Hey, wait, even homemade ones? Dude. I think that just means that you suck at making burgers with... Oh, okay. So I decided to quit eating burgers, opting instead for chicken burgers, or sandwiches that they call them here. Most suck too. But at least I can taste the chicken unlike burger meat. Recently I've decided to eat an edible slop at the Burger King serves, and that is when I remember one burger that I liked from them. Used to call it the Stacker. I think it renamed King Stacker or some shit. Anyways, I remember liking that burger, and I decided to try one last meat burger. I ordered the Stacker, took a bite, and the taste came back. I felt like crying, being able to get a good taste of meat burger once again. It all came to me in a shit-stained... Oh shit. In this shit-stained inedible slop surfing company called Burger King. Oh my god, it goes on. By the way, there's another burger with a different name from Burger King that looks exactly like the same as Stacker. And I decided to compare the taste to see if there's even a difference. It tastes like the edible slop compared to the Stacker. So I had no fucking clue what they do differently with the Stacker. But without it, it's working for me. Damn. Viga. Or Viga. Viga. Viga? V-I-G-A. Viga? I don't know. Like, what an amazing story. Burger King burger tastes like wet paper towels. The original video didn't show 1 point speed, which I thought was important to see. Bambi takes flight. Whoa. Oh my god. Damn. Fucking got some hoppers on that dough, dude. Dough be hopping. Got like fucking little, like little springs on its feet. Damn. Damn. A little dog going bounce around, bouncing on some springs, yeah. Boom, boom, boing, boom, boing. Hey! Whoa. Fucking God. Zukov. Zukov. Fucking hell. Jesus. Zukov. Man. Oh, Jesus. It scared the shit out of me just about as much as whoever was probably programmed. What the fuck? Jesus. Can I help you? Dangerous, yeah. I mean, I did hear a little something, so maybe I should check it out. What'd you think about it? Nope. I think Zukov was just being a dork. Came back after the week. No. Try to throw Jordan Peterson lecture on me or something. Because I guess my streams are biased and now inefficient or something. Baby. Who's the little boy? Oh, who's the boy? I mean, it's just like, I don't even know. It's like, I don't even read the comments and avoid it. It's like, well, that's like, because there's not much to say. You're the one who's trying to keep saying there's like, whatever. I'm not even gonna bring it up. Like, it ain't my fault. It's all arbitrary. Don't really fucking matter at the end of the day. Like, not even nature gives a shit. Like, if nature has to adapt and evolve that shit in order to fucking, you know, for life to continue, it will. Because it has. So. Like, there's lizards that literally are all female. Yet they can reproduce and continue the species. So. It's like, come on. Get up, baby. You probably want a little treat. And I don't even think it's lizards only that do that either. I think there's other species that have that unique ability to reproduce. I mean, also just like there's all sorts of different ways that like fucking like animals reproduce that aren't necessarily the natural order of, you know, male and female. It's like humans don't have to fucking abide by any goddamn order of anything. Like, who cares? We can override nature in plenty of different ways, and we have immensely. We've override the urge and the primal need to breed. We can fuck without having the primal urge and instincts and mechanics of breeding happening. So, we're also not the only animals that do that either. Bats get ahead. Bonobos basically jerk each other off as a way to say hello. As a form of trade, and as a way to settle arguments and debates and disputes amongst different bonobos. Like, they basically use it as a way of communication. A lot of different animals will have even homosexual intercourse, usually for various different reasons. Some animals will do it just for the hell of it. Bonobos will. Just because they were brought up. Dolphins will too. Same with, like, equines, lions, and dogs too. And plenty of other animals. Some of them for the hell of it, some of it for just social behaviors and social reasons, and others for just whatever the fuck, because they can. I mean, it just gets kind of redundant after a while. Or really the kinky animal, though, they don't count. That is true, because even dolphins will actually try to approach humans to fuck them. With the actual, like, behavioral signs of, no, I want to fuck you, like, signs. Like, yeah, dolphins are actually pretty kinky. And by the way, I'm not kidding. Like, there's actual, like, you know, researchers that have studied, you know, with dolphins and have, like, you know, specific areas set up where they can interact with them and shit. And then dolphins will have enough of a relationship with them where they actually will, like, try that. Like, I'm not even fucking kidding. So, yeah, they are actually a pretty kinky animal out of the animal kingdom outside of bonobos and humans. Like, straight up. I mean, it's weird, but it's true. I think the whole, like, you know, can I fuck a question, you know, like, I think it still is a no, but, you know, it's still weird to think about. So, don't think that's, like, the okay sign, you know, to go out and find a dog like that. No, I think that's still a very hard no. You know, but it's strange nonetheless. They are definitely, like, they straight up, like, they're one of the other few animals outside of, well, I guess in this case, chimps and a few other animals outside of humans that will actually, you know, forcibly have sex and rape as well. So, I mean, yeah, like, dolphins are pretty wacky. I'm sure if they had, like, similar abilities to have, digits like us, and have, like, a weird little civilization on their own, I'm sure they would have some pretty weird, crazy fucking shit that they would develop for things like kinks and shit like that. Like, straight up. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, because honestly, like, there is definitely one thing about, one thing about dolphins is that, like, I mean, a lot of, about, like, their social psychology is really fascinating, and honestly, kind of, in a lot of ways, opens the door about, like, the levels of sentience, the concepts of sentience, and honestly, I think, brings the hypothetical of, like, like I was saying, like, if they had digits or, had the ability to expand further with their consciousness, because they are definitely, maybe not self-aware, but are very communicative and are very social and are very intelligent. I mean, also, they are able to commit suicide as well, so honestly, in my mind, it makes me think, like, are they self-aware? Because I think they are. Like, all things given, like, a lot of their social behaviors and everything, like, it's, not, I wouldn't say, I guess, like, anthropomorphized in a sense, but they do fail at pretty basic puzzles. Well, I think that's because of their limited evolution. I mean, I think that's mainly the case, because, evolutionarily speaking, they don't really need, well, the need to, solve things like puzzles and shit like that. So, I mean, they're pretty intelligent. I mean, I'm not, like, saying they're, like, the most, like, super being, outside of us or some shit, but, like, because they have their evolutionary drawbacks. In animals broadly, as their metric. I mean, I guess, you did put, when it comes to it, it's difficult to gauge, but at least on a general level, I would say, at least when it comes to different things, along with, like, communication, social behavior, when it comes to, like, various different means of efficiency of, like, what they need to do in order to sustain themselves. Like, octopuses, for example, I see as pretty intelligent due to being able to understand their environment and to blend in, given accordance to what their environment is. Like, things like that. Or, like, how dolphins, know that, they don't necessarily have harmful effects from the toxins from certain pufferfish, and if anything, get high off of it. So, and have a lot of fun, playing around with it like it's a beach ball or something. So, which is a pretty intelligent thing, for an animal, to do, in all things considered, with, like, everything else, with the animals around them and their ecosystem, and, and considering us being a sentient, self-aware species ourselves, and how, especially most people generally see animals not as very smart or intelligent things, is, a pretty, all things considered, a very kind of intelligent thing for an animal to be doing, or understanding. Not to the same level as us, obviously, but, they have at least some intelligent level of understanding that, this does this for me, so I like that. Like the pufferfish to the dolphins, for example. Or it's like, this, is more efficient of hunting, or this is blending better for camouflage than this, or, this is, this is the environment here, so I blend in, in this way. So there's, like, different elements about, like, an animal's, like, general, abilities and shit that, like, just generally, I see as, like, when executed in their environments, as really intelligent. Now, I mean, so I guess when it comes to intelligence, it's just kind of a very broad metric. Because it doesn't necessarily mean just those things, but it also includes, like, things like puzzle solving and, like, you know, the more critical thinking, or, you know, all these other different metrics. Like, I mean, intelligence is a very broad thing, but, you know, so when it comes to animals, it's more about, you know, the specifics of the animal and what, you know, what they're limited with, or at least with, you know, their limitations. Like, octopuses and being able to, like, escape from, you know, nooks and crannies and solve puzzles and, you know, shit like that is, while not, you know, something that's, you know, on the realm of intelligence for a dolphin, is very much there for an octopus. I mean, not just very much there, but just, like, extremely. Like, I mean, honestly, octopuses are probably, you know, in some ways even more intelligent than dolphins. You know, just in metrics of their limitations of what they could do, but that's just, you know, given what they are as species. Because we're more intelligent than, well, as far as we're concerned, all these animals, you know, around us, you know, and everything around us, but, you know, despite that, there's different metrics, you know, of intelligence that these animals have that, you know, they attribute, you know, to their, to themselves in their natural environment, given what they need, or, you know, the, evolutionary adaptations, or their social behaviors and shit. I mean, because, yeah, it's very difficult to, like, pinpoint, so that's, I guess, about as best I could really put it. And it's also kind of a word salad, I know, but, I mean, hopefully it's understandable, though. Like, I mean, I guess just how I put the metric is, like, humans are generally, you know, are the most intelligent, given, you know, our self-aware, critical thinking, sentience abilities and shit. And, you know, given the limitations and, evolutionary, paths that these other animals have taken, and with their abilities and, you know, adaptations and shit, you know, and what they're able to do, you know, with their intelligence. I mean, you know, it's, I don't know. Describe different things. Well, consciousness is I mean, yeah, they're not equivocal, but, yeah, but they're definitely, you know, play a role in it, but, I mean, I'm not, like, necessarily the biggest expert guy, you know, like, big-brained dude, you know, to be describing this either. I am a stoner bro, after all, so I'm probably not describing it the best way possible either. And what's up, Radical? Zamadu. Just getting up. Getting up nice middle night. Nice. I was glad I got a weekend. I'm just happy about that. Ugh. So I do, you mean you don't know is strengthening self-respect. That means to keep your mind open and learn more about it. Well, yeah. I mean, and also it's just like something that I am interested in, like when it comes to just psychology, especially human psychology, evolution, just the natural world around us. It's just a natural interest of mine anyway. You know, but when it comes to like grasping the specifics of, you know, like the definitions of, you know, and the more scientific nuances, like I definitely don't got the brain for that, but I like reading up on it and shit, so, you know, I at least try to understand it. So yeah, at least that's the difference between some random schmo like me and some schmo that's like, well, I don't understand it, so it's got to be, you know, the random huckster snake oil giving me some random, you know, elixir bone broth, you know, or something. Better get the chakra crystals too. Get the hard questions, yeah. And at least, you know, the questions I do ask when it comes to things I don't get, at least, you know, are coming from a more intelligent background. It's like, you know, because I really do actually want to try to, you know, understand more about these things, especially when it comes to these different animals like dolphins, octopuses, even like bees, you know, dogs and all this shit. Like, I really do want to, like, kind of, and I wish we had abilities to really truly delve more into, like, what their brains are, you know, what their brains are doing. Because sometimes the Zukov will straight up, like, just walk up to me and just stare at me, and just, it'll just, and I look at him, and it's just like, and then the tail in the back will be like, I was like, dude, what is that brain communicating to me? It's like, I want to know. Crystal powers combine and activate. I mean, ironically, I actually would have, like, a crystal in my room or something. Not for, like, some weird, like, idea that's gonna do anything to, like, change the energy or something, but just, you know, for the sake of it being cool. I mean, like, that's the difference between, you know, being a crystal daddy and being a crystal daddy. You know what I mean? Because Crystal Daddy, he just wants to collect his crystals because crystals are cool. You know? Because crystals are pretty cool. But then you got, like, Crystal Daddy. And he wants to, you know, get all, you know, astrological and, you know, Gemini on your ass about, like, fucking, you know, the chakra crystals and how, like, the blue crystals, you know, give you that soft aroma energy. Whoa, who? A Crystal Daddy? I don't know, dude. I mean, saying Crystal Daddy because I'm just a bro. I want to say Crystal Mom, but like, I'm not a woman. So I mean, you know, it's just like, so, oop. So I had to kind of substitute Crystal Daddy on that one. Crystal Mom, Crystal Daddy, I mean, whoever, you know. The chakra mom crystals, you know, the moms that want the chakra crystals, you know, to align the chakras and energies. Only it's a dad instead. You know, Crystal Dad. Wait, what's this? What if in the distant future we master fusion, but after many wars we end up with a bear planet that is inhabited by an elite few that still managed to a single fusion reactor, not unlike the Dark Crystal lore. I mean, why do I feel like you just kind of like prophesized the future? It's like the rich, you know, it's like got the fucking honor class and shit, you know, in the distant future that, you know, wants to, you know, like fusions should all mastered and all that shit. You know, like, after many fucking climate wars and resource wars and nuclear wars and all that shit, it's just a bare planet inhabited by the elite few that just have that one fucking fusion core reactor that's inhabiting their fucking New Zealand bunkers and, you know, charging it all up. You just kind of summed up, like, the next, like, next for a while. Like, I mean, like, that timeline could be like the next 100 years, 200, 300, 400. That could be the next, you know, whenever. I mean, that's to be determined. It could happen tomorrow. Nah, not tomorrow. I mean, mastering fusion at least has to be, you know, a role that's played, you know, into that. So, you know. Yeah, I'm talking thousands, I hope. Well, we'll hope. Knowing this timeline, anything's possible, so unfortunately we have to kind of give it some leg room of, like, it can happen in an indeterminate time. Well, I mean, at least in an indeterminate time, as far as enough, you know, like, it will be at least up until the point, you know, when mass fusion is all said and done. Like, once mastering fusion is done, then for sure it's an indeterminate amount of time of whenever. But we have to wait until mastering fusion is, you know, put into fruition. So, did that make any sense? Let's play out for a while. Well, yeah. Even client for me, I was like, what? Then we can start luring on it. No, I hear you. Go out for liquor. Gotta know it'll work. I'm sure, you know, once we, I mean, I'm sure fusion is gonna be something we'll figure out eventually. You should look into it. I mean, I have a book on, the evolution of dogs, you know, and it kind of delves in a little bit about dog psychology. I mean, psychology is, you know, something that, like, at least for all sense of purposes, most life has, if not probably all life. Well, maybe not all, but at least most life. You know, like dogs, you know, like at least like macro life especially. Insects probably not. Well, that 2 years test and trying to burn plasma for like 17 minutes a couple weeks ago. New record, baby steps. Hey, we're getting that, baby. Let's go. Yeah, but a long way for positive Q. Ugh. Boo. Yeah, so what else on 2B all? And just enjoy the web for now. Did it record some shit already? I thought I read the article in, the other day, or maybe earlier today or something. I didn't really read into it that much. I just kind of skimmed the headline, but I could have swore I thought I saw something about it recording something already. But maybe I'm wrong. But I do remember, at least from what I understand, they started to unlock the mirrors and position them. Hey, maybe that's what it was about. Because I know, regardless of what it was very positive. So they're positioning up the mirror. Dude, that's sweet. I can't wait to see the results of that shit. It's gonna be a while, but, dude, see the universe in a new perspective will be pretty based. It'll take forever because the motors move so freaking slow, because they're supposed to adjust them so finely. Ah. And they get warm, so they have to stop them and start them. Jeez, so meticulous. Such a slow-ass little process. But, for science. I wonder, honestly, if we're going to be able to get more pictures of black holes in the future. I know We got the first one, which is pretty legit. But I wonder if we're going to be able to get more than that. I know the picture of the galaxy in itself, where the black hole is taken from, is actually pretty cool in itself, too. But the solar system in general is pretty fucking sick. I also remember one time I saw a fucking meteorite in daytime. Well, actually, technically a sunset. Like, I was walking back from work, and it was on a break, and I happened to look up, and out of nowhere, there was just like this big, perfect, like, teardrop just for a second, and then it, you know, burned out, and it was just this red little dot just going all the way, you know, just across this, towards the west. So I was like, oh, whoa. And it just kept burning too. Like, I saw it go all the way until the trees kind of cut it off, and I went, fuck. So I wanted to see if it was just going to keep on going, but I don't know. I don't know if it did or not. But it was a nice firm little red dot. So it was a big rock, whatever it was. Plus the mirrors are done, it'll be like 5 more days before it's inserted into L2 orbit. Hey. That's cool. Yeah. I also don't even know if anyone else saw it. I'm sure other people did, but I don't know if anyone else around my little area did. Because I've mentioned it to a few other people, including like customers and shit, and they're like, oh really? I didn't know. It's like, yeah, that was like 30 minutes ago, or like an hour ago, or whatever the fuck. But, so I felt like I was the only person within like a mile radius or something that saw it, and it's like, really? Damn. I'm a lucky bastard. Imagine being on, man, I couldn't imagine being on the coastline seeing that. That would have been really cool. Because then you just have that clear view of it just going all the way out there. Shit, that'd be legit. Might get like the coastal mountains that might block off the initial view of it coming in, but maybe not really, but I don't know. I honestly wonder when the next pair of meteor showers season is supposed to hit. Because, man, I love me some meteor showers. Knowing cosmic rock from millions of years ago just floating out in that bitch, slamming into us. It's like, damn. I mean, honestly, I mean, in a not so fucked up way, I kind of want like one that's big enough that kind of like blows up in the atmosphere, but not like close enough to the ground where it does like, you know, the Jablonski event or whatever the fuck, or the Tunguska event, you know, not like that, but like at least, you know, scatters, you know, some like little meteorite stuff around, so I can go out there and be like, hunt me some meteorites, dude. That'd be pretty legit. Have like, you know, a collection of meteorites out in space. That'd be legit. Honestly, I'm sure I could probably find some. Still, thinking about it. I mean, world's hypothetically the oyster when it comes to that shit. I mean, you know, it's like, I'm sure if, you know, I bet there's probably somewhere online where it's like, where's the, like, highest, like, per volume likelihood of finding meteorites or something, or at least, like, ones that might be buried or hidden off or some shit. But I guess it'll be kind of hard to probably quantify, I guess, because, like, I mean, yeah, how do you? Took off, hey. What band you doing, boy? Come here. Hey. Hey, little sweet boy. Hey. No, no, no. You pay attention over here. You don't go after Kitty. See me right, Matt? Well, honestly, around here, I'm probably more likely to find, like, different things that are, like, related to, like, old, like, 1800s era, like, mining shit, or maybe, like, you know, old lava flows and things. At least around here. That'd probably be more likely the case. Or just old random bullets from, you know, or shell casings from people shooting off rounds. All camping. You little dork. Oh shit. Thought if I get one again, but I would think you would have to be very careful where you go with it. Oh shit. Well, I want to try to expand this whole map, but it's kind of a hard map to navigate. It won't let me really do much because I'm on mobile. I mean, I don't even know where this very specific area is anyway. It won't let me zoom out. So. What are you doing? Let me do this actually. Oh, that's not what I wanted, damn it. Saw drilling. Damn. Well, yeah, because the shit is really heavily embedded into the crust, isn't it? Shit, that is right. I'm trying to see if I can find one. I'm trying to find where specifically the interaction map is again on this. Oh, it's just about the specific crater. Canyon Diablo meteorite. Wait, so where's that? Diablo Canyon? Or I guess it's named Meteor Crater. Alright, I'm gonna figure this out here now. Arizona, okay. No, fuck, oh, okay. Let me do this. Salad, yeah. Wait, where is it? Well, there already is. Well, it's a crater in the earth. Well, yeah. I decided to see where this one was specifically. There's a place called Two Guns right next to this. Apache Dev Cave. Okay, that just sounds awesome. Okay, that just sounds cool. Apache Dev Cave, dude. Hold on, what is this? Whoa, there's a lot of photos of this. It's like a landmark of some sort. Cool. This place looks cool. Oh, it's like straight. There is straight up a cave in here. Oh my god, oh my god, that looks so cool. Okay, low key. I want to go here now. Apache Dev Cave and go to fucking. Oh, dude, that's so cool. There's some cool artwork here too. Is there graffiti and stuff around? Alright, I totally gotta check this place out. I have to check this said crater that is indeed in the earth. Because there's also some cool shit around it too. Like, cool, there's multiple landmarks to check out. Sweet. Well, I'll just be damned, I tell you what. Honestly, if I wanted to find some random ass meteorites, I'd probably have to go where like the Tunguska event was. And just think about where the hypothetical trajectory could have been. And just kind of go from there, because I'm sure there's probably still, you know, like different bits of fucking meteorites scattered throughout that region. I mean, honestly, imagine seeing that shit. I mean, that would have been fucking insane to watch. I mean, the Chipoglansky one, or whatever, I'm pretty sure I'm butchering that. But, like, you know, the 2013 one, like, that one, like, was pretty crazy to watch, and that one wasn't even nowhere near the size of the Tunguska one. It's just like, what? I mean, and it's like they're not even that big in the first place either. That's kind of the crazy thing about it. They're relatively small, all things considered, but yeah, they can cause such SWAT fucking damage. I mean, the Hunga Tunga, like, fucking eruption, I mean, that in itself, I mean, that ain't even, like, some cosmic shit. That's just, like, the Earth unleashing, like, a fart of farts, dude. And that in itself is just, like, what the fuck? I mean, it could be seen from basically, like, it's like the Earth is like, yo, solar system. It's like, oh yeah, oh yeah, that little island nation, yeah, fuck that. Oh yeah, the whole, like, West Coast, yeah. It's just like, damn, son. I mean, it's like, fuck. I mean, space, like the satellite images of, like, the Hunga Tunga eruption, it's like when it, like, see, it led to, like, a fucking shockwave. Like a shockwave amongst the Earth, dude. It's like, damn. I mean, I'm still, like, mind-boggled on that, low-key. It's like, holy shit. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing, baby? Come here, baby. Little baby. I give you a little treat. I'll give you a little treat if you do. Oh, look at this little. Whoa. There you go, baby. Oh. Who's the baby? Who's the baby? Oh, who's the big boy? Oh my goodness. Hey. Get away from my cookie. Ooh. Ooh, this is a sweet little boo. Oh, I think you is. Oh, I think you is. Yes, you is. Oh. Hey. Hey. Careful. Oh. Mwah. 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 Who is a sweet noodle? Who's a noodle? Oh. Oh my god, you're a noodle. I love living in Arizona, but it's too much to move out. I live out there. I mean, for me, it's just like, ugh. I mean, it's too hot. It's just too much heat for me. The thing is that I should read shockwaves Fukushima could cause. Oh, you poor baby! You just, like, blocked yourself on the table. Oh. 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 You little bonker. Went around the Earth's crust 3 times. Jesus. Ugh. Whoa. Whoa. Highest ever recorded, pretty sure. Jeez. Nuts. Just wait until Yellowstone, you know, starts doing its thing. We probably won't be alive to see that, but when that shit starts, you know, going off, yeah, she'll be fucked. Oh, look at you. Oh, this is a good baby. Ooh, this is a sweet baby. Ooh, this is a sweet baby. Who's a baby? You're a baby. Who's a baby? Who's a baby? Oh. No, you can't go after the cat. No. You silly thing. Alright, you're like heavy as hell. You're like, you're like, oh my god, look at you. You're ridiculous. Hey. Leave the cat alone. Especially that one. Get over here. Okay. Oh. Look at you. What is this? What is this? Wish it was first largest, but not by much, and largest for Japan. It was most expensive disaster in world history. Jeez. I didn't know that. That's fucking, like, Jesus. Look at you. Uni access here shifted a bit, lol. Honestly, I wonder if this Tungus, oh my god. I wonder if this Tonga Tonga eruption did anything, like that. Because honestly, considering that eruption, the fucking sheer scale of that, I mean, I wonder if that, like, did anything, you know, to fuck up the Earth's axis a little. I mean, just seeing how, like, that was just so visibly just, like, you know, propped out in space like that, it's just like, shit. So a quick shift to the seabed near 723 meters and elevated seabed close to Miyagi Prefecture by 3 meters. Damn! That is fucking nuts. The seafloor went woof. Okay, now we're gonna be 80 feet higher now. Enjoy the wave. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we're just gonna like, let's take a nice good stretch ourselves 80 feet higher, and just, yeah, enjoy that wave we just kind of produced. Yeah, fuck you. Man, nature is cruel as hell. Should be a cruel mistress. Fukushima was mixane. Yeah, it really was. Was in mixane. In mixane in the membrane. Yeah. You baby. Postal barriers weren't tall enough, or not strong enough, or low both. Compared to other stores. I mean, because I know definitely weren't strong enough, or not. No, they definitely weren't high enough, and I think, you know, even to a certain degree, they weren't necessarily strong enough either. Some maybe either go over the top if, or first we crack it, allowing the rest to go through. Yeah. Also, so much footage that when it happened, it would be hard to go back and watch again. Yeah, and there was just so much different footage of it too. Definitely one of the more documented disasters in history and shit. With the Prius floating away, yeah, just a random Prius just floats away. They barely survived or didn't. Yeah.
It's kidding me, friend. You just show. And move out of the way.
Zooks.
Come on.
Zukov, come here.
Play the skate.
Wow, he's actually not going after you. And he's doing his snooting.
Yeah, I'm surprised you're not sticking your schnoz up my butt.
I was waiting for it. I was gonna warn you if it's gonna do it or not. Back to its natural habitat. Yep, the Prius floating way back to the natural habitat for once. So, okay, dude. The major boombox collected there was in Fukushima 2 weeks before it hit, but well, rescued a boombox he bought from a shop. He rescued a boombox. I mean, I guess he did. I mean, he unintentionally fucking saved it. He went up there to visit. Damn. I got a bit of it.
僕が毎日ラジカセを収集しておりますが、その中でこの1台に関しては非常に深い思い出があります。この機種はナショナルの RX-F80 というどこにでもあるようなコンパクトなラジカセになります。ただ収集したそのコード自体に非常に思い出深い一品となっています。というのもこれは福島に僕が収集に行った時に非常にレトロな電気屋さんが1軒発見をしたんですね。そこの、70を過ぎてるであろうオーナーのおじさんと非常に、昔の家電話、またラジカセ話、非常に花が咲きまして、その別れ際にですね、このラジカセを、いただくことができました。本当に不幸なことにその、約2週間後、東日本大震災、福島県が見舞われまして、お店が倒壊してしまった。
So that's what they call the Great East Japan earthquake. Shop was collapsed. Damn, dude.
前に僕が行かなければ、このラジカセは
This boombox would have been lost from this world.
非常に、
Damn.
複雑に
Fortunately, the owner was
思い出に
saved.
させる、この1台になります。年に何回かだけ、時間が空いた時に
Damn, at the end of it, it's like I have mixed feelings about owning this. Knowing that it, was preserved, but the rest weren't. Like, he straight up actually feels like there's, like, a mild sense of mixed feelings and guilt, dude. Man, the humility. Humble man. So honorable. It's like. I mean, for me personally, I would just cherish it, knowing that, you know, I was able to, you know, knowing that, you know, I'm kind of the lucky guy. I was able to save and preserve that one specifically, you know, out of all the ones that unfortunately were lost. Or non-recoverable, at least. If there were any that were recoverable.
Football.
Guess my one for the Kung Fu legendary guy in the big box scene that lived in Tokyo and passed away recently. Oh, the guy we were just watching, did that dude actually damn, bro. You know what? I actually got to. Because I gotta respect that. He was actually Australian, but moved there and hoarded boomboxes, a little apartment selling spare parts to the community. Oh no, not that guy. Oh. Another guy? Oh. Well, still. But yeah, mad respect. Let's watch some of your old vids today. Some of my old vids. We've been streaming the same spot for like 3.5 years now. I mean, not an exact same spot. That's going for an eyeball or something. Was that yours? Oh, yeah, that was one. That was an old piece that I had at one point. The eyeball was more of the bowl, more so than the actual piece itself. I think at that time I called it the all-seeing eye or some shit. Or at least the bowl specifically, like, because the piece would be interchangeable, I suppose, but the bowl itself. To be honest, I mean, I've gone through so many different pieces, unfortunately. Some of them not even necessarily to a fault of my own either. Yeah. I know I did tell him abortion wrong. It's just only team following you to Twitch land. Yeah, really? Yeah. I just figured he found you there. Oh, nah. Now they've been bros for quite a while. But same thing for like some of the old names like that probably been referenced before, like Jimmy Whisperer or Joe Malloy. But some of them haven't been around in a while. I kind of figured by this point Joe Malloy probably would have popped around again if he was still around. Strells ever on Twitch? No. Not that I'm aware of. Maybe they were. briefly on Twitch. Yeah, ever so briefly. I know it wasn't necessarily fond of the platform, that's why I didn't really use it that much. But it kind of fell out after that, so I don't know whatever happened to him. Dog. Actually, like more, it's so much more fun to interact shit. Oh yeah. Plus, it's kind of a more broader point with it. Yeah, at least you know these streams in general. It's meant to be interactive to chat back and forth, which is at least why you know Twitch is a lot more favorable for things like that overall, though, because it does make it easier to actually have that. YouTube's more of a tough crowd. Twitch emotes and on-screen avatar games. Yeah. I mean, it's what, you know, kind of makes it a lot more interactive, you know, for people, you know, outside of just, you know, the streamer, too. A bunch of juices, mostly. Yeah. Getting better though. Yeah, I hope. And I honestly am, you know, I'm not too sure if, you know, like if following up with Twitch with my bullshit's, you know, gonna work 100%. Yeah, necessarily just given, you know, their fucking strictness about shit. So all things considered, it should be a pretty easy fucking thing to be like, hey, yeah, you know, there was, you know, some false report shit. Or just there are other ways I could vouch for you, because I would. Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of other people probably would too. If I, like, was able to actually get in contact with a fucking human being, maybe I can be, like, one of my mods who was there that night, you know, can, you know, like, you know, talk to you as well, and, you know, give you the same rundown and shit. And hell, even my buddy, you know, like, who popped in that day. But that's honestly if, like, actually, you know, if being persistent enough actually kind of ganders that enough, but I don't know. Can't really call 1-inch and never talk to Twitch customer service representative. Lol. Honestly, I don't even know. If there is, that'd be pretty hilarious and awesome, too. And 3, I'd actually be... So I'd actually be pretty shocked if that would work, if it was a thing. But I'm hoping it is. Because plus I have, like, different little screen caps of these, you know, of the fucking weirdos, too, at the time, which they haven't been here in a while, now that I think about it. I figured they would have made stock accounts and, you know, try their hand again or some shit, but they really haven't. Oh, hi. Hey, boo boo. You thought already. Alright, here. I'm gonna get you a raw high. How about them apples? Give me a small one. I just realized, I wonder if I could do like a Discord call or some shit with one. Or like at least one where I can exchange files to one or some shit. Which I guess via email would be the best way to do it, but it would actually have to require getting in touch with a human being. Ooh, that was good. Those are blue. Damn, you ate most of that up already? Jesus. Look at you. Sweetheart. It's still after 4 hours of streaming. I'll probably wrap it up around like the 4:20 mark. I actually just finally finished season 4 of MasterChef, so I can finally start season 5. And, ooh, can't wait for that. So apparently that's like the whole drama season. Ooh. All I know is just like, let's go. Let's just do it. I am down for it. I want nothing more than a drama-infused, content-laden MasterChef. Fluffy. Who's your baby? Who's your baby? Who's your little baby? You're just a sweet, handsome boy, Zukov. I did think we were gonna finish one of those tiny ass little rawhides already, but yeah, I'll give you one of these bigger ones. Well, I'll distract you for a while. I want it. I want it. Oh, you boy. Okay, I was hoping that would. I found it interesting, but old Reddit posts. Wow. This group that assisted us at a perm ban. They said I was pointing out to say that you don't know what deal, why you're banned, they will ignore you. They will ignore you. You need to say why you think you know why, and explain why what's doing this. And that you're beraged by trolls. Ah, okay. Is a recent girl streamer had the same issue. Huh. Conference, paying bills. Buy shame trolls set. Yeah. This is a. Yeah, that's from what I'm reading here. That definitely fucking sucks. And at least from what it looks like, it was about a month prior to what happened to me, too. So it looks like it was just during like a little troll campaign that these fucking trolls were doing for a while. Well, I mean, I already know that I sent at least one email saying that, you know, I don't necessarily know the specific, you know, area of where, you know, I've been banned, knowing that I haven't had anything, you know, that, you know, could be considered lethal weapons or unsafe use of such. Nor was anyone else doing that. And I don't know. About Twitch staff, are you saying to steer clear for a week or whatever? They know they have issues, or that they should work in their favor when appealing? Oh, okay. They already know the management size dumps fire. I guess that is true. So I guess maybe, you know, given my time, maybe I could do another repeal potentially. Whoa. Ripster, does that number even work? don't know. Well, but yeah, I wonder if maybe if I send another repeal, they'll probably be able to look through it again. Because yeah, potentially, yeah, that can definitely also work in my favor as well. And because I also do have a specific, like, I'm wondering, like, if I'm able to send, like, actual, like, images or files specifically to, to Twitch when sending an email specifically about these repeals. Or maybe at least going into the email specifically, or, maybe doing another repeal in itself or something. Because I also know that, there's the whole, like, abuse of the repeals, can definitely ensure a perma ban as well, so it's like, I don't want to necessarily look like I'm doing that either, obviously. That's why I kind of figured, maybe just kind of just sitting in on it for a while, even with the initial attempt, probably would be better anyway. Given that, they're also, considering this, not even like months ago, there was already a big hoopla about Twitch getting hate watchers or, hate raids and shit like that anyway. So they know that this is a fucking problem. Nobody's available to take a call at the moment. Well, I doubt it. It's really 800 JP Bezos. I mean, I doubt it would be that, but hey, worth a shot, right? Website claims it's the real number. Huh. Silly little dog. He just insists on staring at me. He's just referring to our little dog psychology conversation earlier. I'm able to understand what's going on in his damn head. Can't get a clue. Uh-oh, here it comes. Uh-oh. Yeah, baby. Yes. So, little pup. Silly little bubble. Got about 2 minutes on my 420 marks. Sweet. always remember in high school the YYZ 2112 never belonging to a professional Islam guy. Probably because you weren't the only one using that number to try to call in for the fucking Rush memes. That guy was probably getting all sorts of calls by other people who are Rush fans, being like, Rush, bro, or whatever the fuck. Is this Alex Lifeson, man? It's like, no, this is your mom getting fucked off! Google's giveaway phone numbers to try to find one that spells something cool. Yeah, too bad it ain't like that, where you could just give cool-ass phone number. Yeah, I'd have mine as 420-69-69. All I could find was log turd, lol. Log turd, I'd take it. I personally would take it. If I could, I'd take ass fuck. Ass fuck. Anyway, it is my 420 mark on my stream. Gotta catch up on a little bit of Master Chef. Master Chef, yeah. I know this much. Gram Fit Check's gonna be a new gram. A rare gram. An evolved gram. Skinny gram. I really don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I kind of like Big Graham. I kind of like Big Boy Graham, dude. It's almost out of season 5. Damn. Now I'm just about to start on it. Because I just finished up season 4. 800, 420, 69, 69 goes to fucking car insurance. Wow. I can't tell if that's a scumfuck move or a pro gamer move. Well, 800 is the old Garv toll free. You gotta try 888-867-866 and 855. Yep. Ah, turn the face. Never seen 877. I have. 866 or 855. I haven't seen those. I used to war doll for fun. I should try it every now and then. Sounds fun. But what the fuck? I don't think maybe call it special to 800 numbers. Yeah, because they might call you back and then you might get like on their like number banks, and then they like sell that to like other fraud companies or whatever the fuck. That was not a smart thing to do. Yeah, you know, it sounds fun, but yeah, never mind. Probably best not to. But anyway, we're gonna get me some food. Start up on some Master Chef, because that's just been my thing now. But I'll call it good for now, at least. But, of course, be around for that next one. Probably be in the morning, afternoon, who knows. Be my day off. So, peace out. And, of course, I shall see y'all for that next one. So, Rico Pick.